皆さん、こんにちは。ただいまより第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズを開催いたします。本日の司会進行を務めます、フリーアナウンサーの野堀玲奈と申します。昨年に引き続き、中高生の皆さんのプレゼンテーション拝見できること、とても楽しみにしております。どうぞ最後までよろしくお願いいたします。さて、今年もこの素晴らしい会場であるプラザ平成からお届けすることとなりました。会場の皆様には心より感謝申し上げます。それでは開会にあたり、主催団体である一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より開会のご挨拶を申し上げます。斉藤代表理事、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
おはようございます。当協会の代表理事を務めております斉藤と申します。開会に先立ちまして一言ご挨拶申し上げます。まずは、この本選に進まれてこちらに、いらっしゃる発表者の方々、本選出場おめでとうございます。今回はですね、史上最高のエントリー数ということで、かつ、各ブロック大会においてもですね、非常にレベルの高い、競技が行われたというふうに、聞いています。まずはですね、その中で勝ち残って、この場に立てたということだけでですね、非常に大きな、達成だと思いますので、皆さんにはそのことのですね、ことを、誇りと自信に、していただきたいというふうに思います。きっとこれからですね、この発表を控えて皆さん緊張されてるんじゃないかなと思うんですけれども、皆さんがここで、発する言葉はですね、必ず世界の誰かに届いてですね、共感を呼び、勇気を与え、そして力づけてですね、この世界をより良き場所にするための行動を起こすきっかけになるというふうに私は信じています。今、世界に目を向けるとですね、力で相手をねじ伏せようというようなことが起きてですね、それによってよりたくさんの方々の命が失われているというですね、非常に残念なことが起きていますが、そんな時だからこそですね、言葉の力というものをですね、もう一度信じてもらいたいと思います。皆さんのですね、時間をかけて紡いできた言葉と、それから熱い思いがですね、世界の中の、一人でも多くの人に届いてですね、そして皆さんの、練習の成果、準備の、成果がですね、ここで発揮されることを、記念いたしまして、開会の挨拶とさせていただきたいと思います。皆さん頑張ってください。健闘を祈っています。
斉藤代表理事、ありがとうございました。続きまして、審査員を務める皆様をご紹介いたします。神戸情報大学院大学学長、ラーンネットグローバルスクール創設者、住谷俊樹先生。上智大学短期大学部英語科教授、鹿野明子先生。ランカ日本ビズテックインスティテュート学長、名城大学名誉教授、アーナンダー・クマーラ先生。一般財団法人熊平セキュリティ財団代表理事、文部科学省中央教育審議会委員、熊平美香様。個人部門へザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞をご提供いただいております株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長高橋俊之様。最後に審査委員長を務められます立命館アジア太平洋大学学長特命補佐アルカンタラ・ライラーニ・ライネサ先生。 以上6名の審査員の皆様に審査をしていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さあ、今年もたくさんの学校からご応募がありました。地方ブロック予選、地方ブロック決勝を勝ち抜いてきました本日の出場校をご紹介いたします。個人部門からは、安城学園高等学校、茨城県立並木中等教育学校、愛知高等学校、大阪教育大学附属平野中学校、栄東高等学校、厚生学園高等学校、桐蔭学園高等学校、神奈川県立神奈川工業高等学校、渋谷教育学園幕張高等学校、大妻中学高等学校、そしてチーム部門からは、筑波大学附属駒場高等学校、愛高中学校、山形県立米沢工場館高等学校、松栄女子学院中学校、九州産業大学附属九州産業高等学校、渋谷教育学園渋谷高等学校、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校、福岡双葉高等学校、N 高等学校、慶應義塾湘南藤沢高等部、以上の学校の皆さんにプレゼンテーションを行っていただきます。そして審査員による厳正なる審査により、個人部門、チーム部門からそれぞれ金賞1組、銀賞1組、銅賞1組が決定いたします。金賞受賞者にはお一人につき60万円の学習支援金が支給されます。また銀賞受賞者には40万円、銅賞受賞者には30万円の学習支援金が支給されます。また個人部門からお一人に株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様ご提供のザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞が用意されています。そしてチーム部門からお一組に株式会社 JTB 様ご提供のグローバルリンク賞が用意されています。なお、受賞を逃した方全員には全国大会の参加賞としてお一人につき10万円の学習支援金が支給されます。各賞を手にするのはどの学校の皆さんになるのでしょうか。会場の皆様、温かくプレゼンテーションを見守っていただければと思います。さて、ここで出場者の皆様へお願いがございます。まずはプレゼンテーションの時間についてです。プレゼンテーションは7分を目安にお願いいたします。5分を経過した時点でベルが1回鳴ります。そして7分を経過した時点でベルがこのように2回鳴りますので、こちらを時間の参考になさってください。なお、8分を過ぎるとベルは鳴りませんが失格となってしまいますので、8分を過ぎないよう十分にご注意ください。次に立ち位置についてです。ステージに上がったら舞台中央に進んでからプレゼンテーションを開始してください。またプレゼンテーション終了後は舞台中央に戻って質疑応答に備えてください。なお、舞台中央の位置は見えますでしょうか。床に貼ってありますガムテープを目印にしてください。ご案内は以上となります。それでは個人部門のプレゼンテーションを始めていきたいと思いますが、ご準備よろしいでしょうか。それでは 準備が整ったようです。お待たせいたしました。個人部門のプレゼンテーション、お一人目にご登場いただきましょう。最初に発表いただくのは、安城学園高等学校、谷脇亜美さんです。谷脇さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone! Today, I have a little magical idea to help in caregiving. What would you think if the person supporting someone else was actually the one at risk of injury? I saw that reality in the garage. My grandmother has had lower back surgery, and yet she bent down, lifted the lamp from the ground and stowed it away. The scariest moment is that instant, lifting and lowering the lamp. It's not just difficult, it's dangerous. Why is operating wheelchair vehicles so difficult for elderly caregivers? Is it really just a matter of physical strength? At first, I thought it was simply the lamp's weight. Lifting it required bending for nearly 90 degrees, and her pain-during operation was 8 out of 10. Every use caused discomfort. I developed a lamp lifting assist mechanism that uses the movement of the back door and the lamp's own weight. To operate easily, you simply hook a belt on the lamp to a strap on the back door. When the back door is lifted, the lamp rises naturally. The caregiver does not need to bend or lift the lamp directly. When lowering the lamp, its own weight allows to descend slowly and safely. No motor, no electricity. After instruction, bending was reduced from 90 degrees to 0 degrees, and her pain dropped from 8 to 0, according to her subjective assessment. For 8 months, she experienced no pain while operating the lamp, and the physical burden disappeared. I have filed patent application for this system. But something unexpected happened. Even with physical burden gone, my grandmother was still tense. Why? While the wheelchair moved along the lamp, she was checking tire positions, arrangement with guide, tilt of the lamp, my grandfather's stability. It was mental pressure of having to watch too many things at once. The problem was not strength. It was cognitive overload. If we reduce the number of things she must check at once and anxiety decreases, the solution is not adding technology, but reducing simultaneous attention points. So I tried something very simple. I replaced all those checks with just one line. This structure allows the caregiver to determine arrangement based solely on the relative position between one wheel and the red line. Caregivers now only check whether one wheel follows the line. Results: less mental load, less anxiety, minimal eye movement. Safety improved not by adding, but by simplifying. Small design tweaks also had a big impact. Identical shapes caused confusion. However, by adding identical sticker to the S-hook, the confusion was eliminated, and operation time dropped from 30 seconds to 2 seconds. Higher seatbelt to no bending required, my grandfather can now buckle himself, which makes him happy. In addition to my grandmother, 2 care staff who operate welfare vehicles daily tested it. Results were consistent. Less bending, less anxiety, faster operation. All 4 input points received very good ratings from 100% of respondents. Low cost, easy to install, immediate results. It is proven to work in real-world care settings. Before, my grandmother took my grandfather out once a month Moore Street Hospital. After, no more hesitation, no more fear. Now, adding up to 3 times a week for enjoyment. Supermarket, park, and electronic stores. Functional improvements lead to real quality of life change. True innovation is not advanced technology. It is design that does not rely on physical strength or constant attention. Safety should be built into the structure itself. This is not just an improvement. It is a shift in design philosophy. By 2050, 1 in 6 people will be over 65. Aging is humanity's issue, not just Japan's. These improvements are not limited with your vehicles. They enable safe, simple wheelchair access in buses, trains, and airplanes. Reducing physical and cognitive load supports sustainable caregiving, contributes to SDGs, and creates more inclusive travel. This is only the beginning. Universal design lamps for schools and public spaces. Together with my family, we will keep improving to caregiving daily life safer, easier, and more enjoyable worldwide. The journey continues. 8 months later, my grandmother told me, I cannot go back to welfare vehicles before the improvements. Anyone can operate it without effort, safely, and easily. That is true accessibility. Thank you.
谷脇亜美さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。高橋さん、お願いします。
Okay, thank you, Ami, for your great presentation. So you said your improvements were highly evaluated, right?
Yes.
So my question is, what kind of feedback did you receive about your improvements?
Thank you for the question. That is fair point. I get the feedback is highly. I get back to. That is fair point. My focus, however, my focus on quantity, but on quality and frequency. These 2 staff members who operate welfare vehicles more than 5 times a week, every single day. I choose them because they are heavy users. So there are no real pain and risk of insight. So speaking of this structure, there is one more detail that shows the core of my research. Beyond the technical data, the most important result was my family's reaction. My grandmother regained his confidence. He said, I can still do it myself because he can buckle his own seatbelt. My grandmother also said, all things change from hard work to joy. I believe my innovation is not just a tool. It gave freedom back to my family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
他にご質問のある審査員の皆様いらっしゃいますでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生。
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really love the motivation you shared with us. Could you share with us any challenges you face throughout the process, and how did you overcome that challenge? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I want to collaborate with local government to test this universal design in public transportation, like buses and trains. Speaking of this structure, there is one more detail that shows the cover of my research. Currently, the flap bell is attached to the lamp handle, but I want to integrate retractable mechanism like a measuring tape inside the lamp itself. This would allow the flap bell is to automatically pull back when not in use. My goal is to be a standard feature built into all welfare vehicles, making the system even more seamless and safe. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。ここでお時間となったようです。谷脇亜美さん、ありがとうございました。お一人目のプレゼンターは安城学園高等学校谷脇亜美さんでした。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは茨城県立並木中等教育学校横川文香さんです。横川さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Are you truly the protagonist of your own life? Hello, my name is Mika Yokokawa, and my life mission is to create a world where every potential flourishes. Over the past 6 months, I have conducted workshops towards over 70 children and adults, and interviewed about 100 people. Today, I'll share my journey to answer one question. How can adults utilize their true potential? My journey began with the contrast between Japanese and American education. In the US, when I followed my sensitivity in art class, people will show interest and ask a lot of questions about it. But in Japan, if I strayed off from the correct answer, the reaction was disappointing. Gradually, I learned to make normal work that fit in the mold. This discomfort became the seed of my inquiry. When I remember this experience, I immediately created a place where people could express themselves freely, like this clay workshop. There, I prepared 2 environments, one like a Japanese school where participants only used clay in silence, and the other where I provided over 10 materials and 5 staff members who encouraged conversation. By comparing these 2 conditions, I noticed that communication promotes self-expression. Also, I was especially struck by the parents who had the most sparkling eyes. Adults are the ones who really need places like this. Research shows that only 36% of Japanese workers feel that they are using their true ability. I interviewed 50 people, 30 minutes each, and revealed that the fundamental cause of underutilized potential is the lack of self-understanding. So, I held workshops to help people understand themselves better through art and dialogue. Art was a perfect mirror to see their current self, so 100% of them gained new insights. However, when I ran the same workshop the second time, bringing corporate employees and students together, I hit a wall. I thought, does knowing yourself actually lead to utilizing yourself? Once they returned to their busy routines, the insights gained from workshop vanished. Self-understanding alone was not enough to change people's lives. To bridge the insights and actions, I interviewed corporations and identified 3 missing pieces: mental space, honest connections, and the courage to make up one's mind. So, I developed a 3-step event model that aims to help people encounter and utilize potential. Rest, to disconnect from must-dos; create, to visualize unspoken interests and hidden talents through hands-on making; and finally, act, to set their next goals. Also, I replaced art and dialogue into familiar activities like cooking, DIY, and video editing. Because for many adults, art and dialogue feels too heavy and make resistance to participate. For my pilot, I hosted a meal prep event where 4 participants cooked and set new goals using this worksheet. Despite the small sample, the result was distinct from the art workshops. My follow-up interviews showed a 100% action rate the next day and 75% consistency rate after 1 week. One participant, a medical technician, realized that she is good at social collaboration. And previously, she just went through the motions of her daily routines. But through the event, she set a goal to talk to more people and step out of her usual network by chatting with nurses and doctors in the staff room. This small action enhanced the information flow between departments, which empowered her with new confidence. And I believe that the feeling your own value within community is the ultimate result of utilizing one's potential. Why is this event more effective than the art workshops? First, it lowers the barrier. Art workshops attract people already prepared for deep reflection. But this event attracts people who just want to create or try something. This makes it much easier for people who are indifferent to encounter their potential. And second, while art insights are one-off experience, this event provides daily triggers. For example, if you join a cooking event, every time you stand in the kitchen, you are reminded of your commitment. This, which ensures the discovered potential, leads to sustained utilization. Through my inquiry, I arrived at a major realization. It is not the self-understanding that leads to action. Rather, it is the action and trials that deepen self-understanding and lead to utilization of potential. For the next 6 months, I will launch diverse one-day events and then try to scale it into a business. Through a B2B subscription model, companies will provide tickets to employees, while those funds become a social scholarship to gather outside talents, which ensures a cross-boundary environment. Also, I will provide companies with potential strategy data, strategy reports, which will help them reorganize teams and boost growth by placing the right person in the right place. Finally, I will move forward to create a world where every potential flourishes. Thank you for listening.
横川文香さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。住谷先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your very enlightening experiment and findings. That's very impressive. And I really think the utilizing performance potential is very important subject for you. And you said you are going to launch programs for corporate. And my question is that how would you think the reaction of the corporate management? Are they interested in this your effort, or how would they react to your idea?
Thank you for your question. As human capital management becomes more important and popular these days, I think, and when I participated in the seminar, every company said that they know that they have to do something, but they don't know how to. So, of course, there's demand. However, I think most of the companies will feel that this is kind of like playing and not like a training. But the evidence that I can say is that there's a program called Minerva, which is a training program that occurred in Honda company, and it is similar to my event. They go out into nature and create something, and they link their internal motivation and the company's value. So I think from now on, these kinds of events will have some value more than now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can think about various actions which could be taken by employees, and that the corporate will accept your programs even better. Thank you.
Thank you.
他に質問がございますでしょうか。鹿野先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you very much for a very enlightening presentation. And you said you tried the workshop with different types of people, and it said in the slide that you also tried it with students. Were the responses or outcomes different when you did it with these adult or students?
Thank you for your question. The way adults and students participate in the workshop is different, because students just make something and then they put meaning to those artworks and they deepen their self-understanding. However, adults try to make the correct answer from the first, so they find it difficult to deepen their self-understanding. But for the adults, students were very helpful to be creative. So there are a lot of benefits for adults when we mix students and adults together.
ここでお時間となりました。横川文香さん、ありがとうございました。お二人目のプレゼンターは、茨城県立並木中等教育学校、横川文香さんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始まで少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは愛知高等学校久米内海斗さんです。久米内さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Have you ever stopped to wonder, as you drink a glass of water in the morning, is this water actually safe? In Japan, we never have to ask that question. But in rural Cambodia, it is a source of daily anxiety. In August 2024, I visited a rural village in Cambodia for the very first time. What I saw there stayed with me. Children walking far just to fetch water. And even then, the water wasn't always safe. And after I returned to Japan, those moments stayed on my mind. So I began to research. How can we deliver safe drinking water in the way that is lasting? And what does real meaningful support actually look like? I started by researching common approaches. Digging wells, distributing bottled water, donating electric purifiers. They all sounded helpful at first, but the deeper I looked, the more problems appeared. Hard to maintain, often temporary, depending on electricity that rural villages don't always have. These weren't the answers. So I asked myself, as a high school student, what can I do to deliver safe water quickly and sustainably? That's when I discovered the biosand filters by Water for Cambodia. It immediately stood out. No electricity, uses local materials, lasts more than 10 years. Villagers can manage it themselves. It wasn't just a matter of giving and leaving it. It was support that stays. Support that grows with the community, and it was something I could actually bring to life. I launched a crowdfunding campaign in Japan and received 635,000 yen from 61 supporters. I was grateful, but also aware that my project wasn't just about sending help. It was about understanding what truly necessary support means. Maybe my idea didn't match what the villagers really needed. Maybe I was missing something important. There was only one way to find out. So I decided to return to Cambodia to deliver the filters with my own hands, to listen, to learn. The filter weighed about 90 kilograms, and the installation was challenging. Sometimes we have to walk through places that barely had paths. And because there were no streetlights, we needed to finish the work before evening. There was also a physical limit to how many filters we could install in a single day. But children watch us with curiosity. Families work with us, laugh with us, shared food with us. And it was precisely because the process was so demanding that cooperation emerged. And our distance began to close. In those moments, in the heat, the conversations, the shared effort, I felt trust being built. Not quickly, not dramatically, but quietly. In just 3 days, we delivered safe water to at least 135 people. But more importantly, villagers learned how to maintain the filters themselves. It was no longer my project. It was theirs. 1 month after I returned to Japan, I received photos and messages from the village. The filters were working. Families were managing them. Water for Cambodia was giving them support. And something else happened. Some families no longer needed to spend $20 a month on buying bottled water. In a community with a low average income, $20 is not a small amount. It is often 10 to 15% of their monthly income. It is the difference between enough and not enough. One father told me, we can save the money for our daughter's uniform. In that moment, I understood. Safe water is not only about health. It is an economic engine. It turns water expenses into educational opportunities. The biosand filter is a meaningful step, but it doesn't solve everything. To address groundwater contamination, rainwater use, village-wide water management, long-term education, and systems, I need deeper knowledge, more tools, more understanding. That's why during the 10 years, these filters will be in use. I want to study international development and business administration at a university. I want to research solutions that reach the root of Cambodia's water challenges. And I want to return not just with filters, but with expertise. This project was never mine alone. It was built by the 61 supporters who believed in the vision, the dedicated staff of Water for Cambodia, and the families who welcomed me with warmth and trust. All these connections, every single one, created access to safe drinking water. Support isn't complete. We must keep moving toward a root solution. So I will keep telling this story. I will keep building these connections. I will keep taking action. Because I believe that a single drop of water can create ripples. Ripples that can reach farther than we imagine. Ripples that can change the future. One drop, one connection at a time. Thank you for listening.
久米内海斗さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。高橋さん、よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you, Kaito. Your project is very impressive. My question is, what challenges did you face when installing the biosand filters in the village, other than filters being heavy?
Thank you for the question. And I have several challenges, and one is that so the biosand filter has to be put on the equal floor, which means we have to make it flat, because not all Cambodian villagers has like a concrete floor. They all have like sand or mud floor. So we have to maintain that first. And after, we have to make every layer, every biosand layer perfectly to ensure proper flow rate. And that was the hardest point of installing the biosand filters. Thank you.
Thank you.
久原先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. In fact, it's so interesting to see that you propose that mechanism to filter water. How about the quality? How the quality can be maintained, and what kind of criteria did you introduce them to keep the quality of water as drinking water? That is one question. And the second one, if possible, in what way, what are the economical and health impacts due to the introduction of this project? That may be more difficult for you to answer, but do you have any idea about that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I just want to think that is the first question, is it like the quality of the biosand filters, or is it the quality of water they're drinking every day?
Quality of water through the mechanism what you introduced over there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. And so this biosand filter has like 3 layers. In the very top is the biological zone, which can remove harmful bacteria and pathogens. And the middle layer is the trapping and absorption zone, which can trap chemicals and absorbs smaller thread like virus, and the bottom layer has a very significantly low oxygen levels, which organisms die in natural death. So we put dirty water in those biocin filters so that the quality of the water from the biocin filter is very clean and can remove about 99% of bacteria. And I'm sorry, I can't answer the second one. Thank you.
ここでお時間となりました。久米内海斗さん、ありがとうございました。3人目のプレゼンターは、愛知高等学校、久米内海斗さんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始まで少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは大阪教育大学附属平野中学校森谷玉樹さんです。森谷さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, I'm Tamaki Moriya. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my research. Now, let's get started. Do you like programming? I think many people feel that programming is hard, difficult, or even complicated. I fell in love with programming when I was small, but no other girls around me felt the same way I did. I realized that there were few girls of my generation who were interested in programming. So I worked on various activities to address this issue. And I developed it two hypotheses. First, children should experience programming. Second, I should be a role model as a woman in STEAM. Because I believe these two factors will inspire students to learn programming, even if they are not interested in it at all. Let's compare the situation in the world in Japan. This graph shows the percentage of women in STEAM in OECD countries in Japan. As you can see, Japan is far behind. What about our school? I conducted a 34-question survey with about 300 students at my school. First, many girls say they like science or technology. And this graph shows the number of girls who are willing to choose those as their career. I found a big gap between these two results. Many girls like these fields, but do not choose them as a career. I believe something else influenced their decision. I wonder if there might be gender bias. I was curious about why this kind of bias exists, so I interviewed Dr. Okamoto, who manages a female IT community. She emphasized it's important for children to experience the enjoyment of STEAM. So, I believe childhood experiences can reduce gender bias. Based on this, I organized a programming event for elementary school students. Children improve mini-games using Microbit, a small educational computer board. For example, they change the character speeds and the sound in the game. To support them, I created original teaching materials such as instruction manuals. All of the participants said the event was so fun in the survey. However, the survey also revealed about 70% of them had already experienced it. This made me realize I need to reach children who are not interested in it. Next, I had a discussion with Toko, a female technology teacher. She told me she never felt about a man as a technology teacher because she had an experience of being taught in STEAM by a woman. I thought role models might be the key to reducing bias. To seek more global perspectives, then I did an interview with Mrs. Tanaka, who works at the NPO supporting women in STEAM called Waffle. She said Japanese students have few chances to meet female role model in STEAM. To seek more global perspectives, I went to the Osaka Kansai Expo and interviewed in English at the Nordic Pavilion. I was shocked that in Nordic countries, meeting role model is very common. The staff member I interviewed was from Sweden, and she pointed out that in Sweden, students often meet female role model in STEAM through school program. From this, I believe role models can also reduce gender bias. Well, let's take a look back at what I was talking about today. I conducted literature research and school survey, ran a programming event, and interviewed various experts. As a final action to achieve these two high objectives, I did host a programming event for students for local elementary schools. This is the poster. To start with, I contacted the Osaka Hirano Library to arrange a programming event with Microbit and Scratch. After that, from making the proposal and writing the plan to standing in front of the children as the instructor, I did everything myself. And I also put a lot of effort into publicity. The event was featured on the library's website and in the local newspaper in Hirano World. All reservations were filled within an hour after registration opened. I shared the enjoyment of STEAM and increased their interest in this event. Children upgraded mini games using Microbit, and they also used Scratch. In Scratch, they enjoyed a game where heart or cold when the sensor detects hand movement. In addition to programming, I explained what programming is so they could better understand its appeal. The post-event survey showed 90% of them became more interested. I'm currently aiming to hold this event regularly. In conclusion, making chances will change to people's mind and familiar field. And I notice increasing interest will influence our life. However, the problem in this research is not simply that there were few women in STEAM. The real problem is that gender bias influences girls' career choices. So my final goal is not just to go up the number of women in STEAM. So I want to continue working so that I can make a society everyone has the freedom to call their own future. Thank you.
森谷玉樹さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問のある方、熊平さんお願いします。
Tamaki, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I really like the idea that the elementary school kids are learning programming from you, role model. I have one question. Do you have any thoughts about expanding your programs in a way that maybe you invite role model junior high school students like you to participate in this program and teach kids like you do?
I'm sorry. Could you say again?
Okay. You already have practiced the program in school for kids, and I was thinking maybe the number of the programming schools could be expanded if you invite other junior high school students like you to be a teacher. If you invite other friends of yours who are interested in programming, no?
No.
You don't know. You don't have any.
Yes, but so no other girls are me. Yeah.
So you're the only one actually in junior high.
Yes,
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay.
Thank you.
I understand.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you invite the junior elementary school kids to be part of your program in the near future.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
他にご質問のある方いらっしゃいますか？アルカンタラ先生お願いします。
Thank you very much for your very passionate presentation. And gender equality is really a very critical issue, not only in Japan, but across the globe. My question to you is, like, how do you think you could scale the impact of your project?
I'm aiming to hold this event regularly, so let me take to think the moment. I think increase the like me role models of junior high school and elementary school. So there are many role models in Japan. This have big impact on girls' career choices. Sorry. Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
ここでお時間となりました。森谷玉樹さん、ありがとうございました。4人目のプレゼンターは、大阪教育大学附属平野中学校、森谷玉樹さんでした。次のプレゼンテーションまで少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは栄東高等学校丹野美優さんです。丹野さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
I want to go to school, but I can't. When we hear about education in developing countries, we often picture about donating notebooks or building schools. But let's pause for a moment. What if a child is too hungry to focus? What if a family is too poor to pay for the next grade? Hello, I'm Miyu Tanno. The real barrier to education isn't a lack of buildings. It's a lack of ready-to-learn environment. My journey into this realization began with my friend from Kenya. She told me there are so many children there are so many talented children abandon their dreams because they lack of bank balance. This sentence haunted me. It pushed me to fly to Cambodia and Rwanda to see the realization for my own eyes. I volunteer at elementary school and a daycare center. Based on my research in Cambodia, many children give up going on to school at the age of 8 to 12. In Rwanda, I witnessed vicious cycle. Education, income, and nutrition are intertwined. According to the national statistics of Rwanda, the average monthly income for a rural household is $50 to $70. Meanwhile, attending secondary school costs about $200 a year. It is no surprise that the completion rate is just 8.8%. But the problem starts even before the classroom. 1 in 10 pregnant women suffers from iron deficiency. Because the education is poor, because the income is poor, because the income is low, nutrition is poor. Because the nutrition is poor, children cannot develop cognitive skills to learn. Because the children cannot learn, their future income remains low. Unless we break this cycle, the education support is just a temporary bandage a temporary bandage on deep wound. To break this cycle, I looked into the heart of Rwandan culture's traditional dish called isombe. Made from castle leaves, isombe is a nutritional powerhouse of iron and vitamins. However, it takes hours of boiling and it has the powers of boiling, and in the city, many people avoid making it. And in the country, the leaves goes to waste because there is no way to sell them. So I thought, can we break this cycle? By purchasing these leaves from farmers and processing them into convenient pouches, we can create four advantages. The farmers can get more income, and urban families get more nutrition, and children can go to school, and the culture will be preserved. So I took my project into my own house and test some prototypes, and I found some great times and salt levels. So, and I also asked Niche Foods to how to prevent the nutrition under the high heat, and I asked university researchers, and I found that the cultural barriers such as conservative food habits and gender characters within the household. This isn't a charity. It's a self-sustained ecosystem. One meal, one future. I am committed to making this reality. Thank you for listening.
丹野美優さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問いかがでしょうか。加納先生、お願いします。
So, Miyu, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question about isombe. Is that the leaf that you mentioned? Yes. And you said it's not widely eaten, and I couldn't catch the reason why it's not widely eaten. And how did the way you cooked change the taste?
Thank you for question. Well, in Rwanda, it is the very traditional foods, but it takes, so when we cook them, it takes hours of boiling and cook them. So in city, busy people avoid making it. But in the countryside, there are many leaves, so they can make it. And when I moved this project into my own kitchen, I found like at 3 minutes, the shrimp taste was too strong, and like this one, like 7 minutes, the peanuts became too rich and heavy, but 5 minutes is the very good ratio, and it's a balanced savory dish. So, and later I taste the salt levels, and the sweet spot is 3 shakes. So that's it. Thank you for asking.
久原先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I noticed that you have conducted fieldwork in 2 countries, Cambodia and Rwanda, and I think your proposal was based on the experience in Rwanda. So how did you find the similarities and differences between Cambodia and Rwanda?
Well, when I went to Cambodia, I could meet some elementary school, and I could talk with the teacher, and the teacher said that it is very hard to teach the children all days, so they have another jobs like farming, or another teacher, teach in another schools. But in Rwanda, they have enough teachers, but it is very high, very cost, and very difficult to enter the school for children. So that, I think, it is the difference. Thank you.
お時間となりました。丹野美優さん、ありがとうございました。5人目のプレゼンターは栄東高等学校丹野美優さんでした。それではここで10分間の休憩を取らせていただきます。休憩後は6組目の方からプレゼンテーションを再開いたします。さて皆さん、会場を出たところに設置されているブースはもうご覧になりましたでしょうか。どなたでもご自由にご利用いただけますので、この休憩時間を利用してぜひお立ち寄りください。それでは11時22分に再開いたしますので、お時間になりましたらお席にお戻りください。
グローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念に、シンガポールとオーストラリアでのコンテストイベント開催やオンラインでのプログラム提供を行っています。
グローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会科学分野に関する探究・課題研究の発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ブースプレゼンテーションでは、すべてのチームがこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表します。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そして、ブースプレゼンテーションで評価の高かったチームが、翌日のステージプレゼンテーションに進み、全参加者と審査員を前に発表を行います。大舞台でのプレゼンテーションや、審査員と英語での質疑応答など、緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。リサーチサマリーセッションでは、参加チームが自身の発表サマリーを前に、参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで活発な議論が交わされます。そして表彰式では、各分野1位から3位が発表され、審査員から表彰状や盾が贈られます。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの機会があります。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや、有識者による基調講演、コンテスト会場となる南洋理工大学でのアクティビティや、現地大学教授による講演や、シンガポール動物園でのスタディーツアーなど、多くの学びの場が用意されています。
Actually, we made a lot of friends here from a lot of countries. They all have different mindsets, and along the way, we just got to broaden our horizons a lot.
So we definitely learned a lot. Given that we were able to talk to the judges after our presentations, after each day, and the judges were able to give us a lot of very helpful feedback for our presentation and research for the future.
The presentation was memorable the most because it was my first time presenting in kind of a scientific contest, so it was very new for me.
皆さんの興味関心が世界につながる扉になる。同じ志を持った世界中の仲間との出会いや、日常では触れることができない特別な学びがその扉の先には待っています。これからの人生を大きく変える、そんな一歩をグローバルリンクで踏み出しませんか？
なりたい自分になるために、今、動き出そう。
Fluffy has too many sales reports to finish. Good pronunciation.
What do you do in your free time?
Nice, very good.
I thought I heard that, but that's surprising.
Are you sociable?
ベストな環境がゴールまで導いてくれる。さあ、共に羽ばたけ。You can do it. ECC 外語学院。
Global Link is committed to creating a unique field of inspiration and growth for students through global knowledge exchange that shapes the future. We host contest events in Singapore and Australia. Let us introduce Global Link Singapore. Since its launch in 2014, Global Link Singapore has been a presentation contest focused on scientific and social science research and inquiry. There are 3 types of presentation formats. In the booth presentation, every team presents in a dedicated room using PowerPoint. The audience listens attentively, and a Q&A session after each presentation leads to deep discussions.
Teams with high evaluations in the booth presentation advance to the stage presentation the following day, presenting in front of all participants and judges. It's a big stage with English Q&A sessions. Challenging, yet rewarding.
Putting dimples on the ball surface makes the
In the research summary session, teams stand by their summaries and engage in explanations and discussions with participants. This is where the distance between presenters and participants is the closest, and lively debates happen everywhere. At the award ceremony, the top 3 teams in each field are announced, and certificates and trophies are presented by the judges. Throughout the 3-day schedule, Global Link Singapore offers more than just presentations. There are networking dinners with participants from different countries, keynote speeches by experts, activities at Nanyang Technological University, the contest venue, lectures by local professors, and even a study tour at Singapore Zoo. Plenty of opportunities for learning and exchange await.
Because actually we made a lot of friends here from a lot of countries. They all have different mindsets, and along the way we just got to broaden our horizons a lot.
So we definitely learned a lot. It's just that we were able to talk to the judges after our presentations, after each day, and the judges were able to give us a lot of very helpful feedback for our presentation and for research for the future.
The presentation was memorable the most because it was my first time presenting in kind of a scientific contest, so it was very new for me.
Your curiosity can open doors to the world. Beyond those doors lie encounters with like-minded peers from across the globe and special learning experiences you can't find in everyday life. Take the first step that could change your future at Global Link.
The world is waiting. 勉強でもいいですし、何でもいいと思うんですけど、成功体験というのが僕にとって大きかったかなと思います。基本を大切にすること、恐れずにチャレンジすること、そして常に上を目指すこと。
I want to be a flight attendant.
なりたい自分になるために、今、動き出そう。未来は言葉で変わる。Language changes the future. 未来へ羽ばたけ。ECC。
グローバルリンクはグローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念にシンガポールとオーストラリアでのコンテストイベント開催やオンラインでのプログラム提供を行っています。グローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会科学分野に関する探究・課題研究の発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ブースプレゼンテーションでは、すべてのチームがこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表します。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そして、ブースプレゼンテーションで評価の高かったチームが、翌日のステージプレゼンテーションに進み、全参加者と審査員を前に発表を行います。大舞台でのプレゼンテーションや、審査員と英語での質疑応答など、緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。リサーチサマリーセッションでは、参加チームが自身の発表サマリーを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。 発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで活発な議論が交わされます。そして表彰式では各分野1位から3位が発表され、審査員から表彰状や盾が贈られます。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの機会があります。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや有識者による基調講演、コンテスト会場となる南洋理工大学でのアクティビティや現地大学教授による講演やシンガポール動物園でのスタディツアーなど多くの学びの場が用意されています。
So actually, we made a lot of friends here from a lot of countries. They all have different mindsets, and along the way, we just got to broaden our horizons a lot.
So we definitely learned a lot. We did that. We were able to talk to the judges after our presentations, after each day, and the judges were able to give us a lot of very helpful feedback for our presentation and research for the future.
The presentation was memorable the most because it was my first time presenting in kind of a scientific contest, so it was very new for me.
皆さんの興味関心が世界につながる扉に。
皆様お席にお戻りになりましたでしょうか。それでは個人部門のプレゼンテーションを6人目の方から再開いたします。プレゼンターは厚生学園高等学校上野翔太さんです。上野さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Have you ever thought that your house is too cold in winter or too hot in summer? Well, I felt cold living here in Japan. I have experience living in Russia, one of the coldest countries in winter, for 5 years. But I felt living here in Japan is colder. Why is it? I researched about houses in Japan and found out that only 13% of the houses are above the standards of current standards of insulation. This is extremely low in a global scale, and this is also a huge problem because it can give people harmful diseases or maybe have some health problems such as heat shocks. Actually, in Japan, every year, more than 1,000 people suffer and pass away from heat shock. Another problem that came to my attention is the problem of food waste. According to UNEP and WWF, every year, over 6 billion tons of food waste are thrown away in the world. And most of them are landfilled or burnt, which releases toxic gases. So, I focused on creating sustainable insulation materials made from wastes of food. Current insulation materials are mostly made from oil, and when they are disposed, they are mostly burnt, which releases large amount of carbon dioxide. So first, what I did was to figure out what kind of wastes are good for insulation. I used wastes such as sugarcane, eggshells, and coffee grounds for samples. And I used this plastic container and an aluminum can and a wireless thermometer. I first placed the thermometer inside the can and placed the can inside the container and filled the gaps with these crushed samples to the top. Then I heated the containers in the oven for 2 hours. 1 hour at 30 degrees Celsius and another hour at 40 degrees Celsius. And I examined the insulation by how much each material, each samples resist the heat rise, the temperature rise. So the lower the temperature rose, the better the insulation. As a result, I found out that sugarcane had good insulation, whereas coffee ground and rice bran had the best insulation among all. However, from the results, I found out that each samples has different shapes and sizes, and which means that they have different gaps between them. And I thought that this is affecting the insulation. So I did another experiment with mixed materials. I used three of the samples from the previous experiment and mixed pairs in a volume ratio of 1:1 and heated the same way as experiment 1. As a result, I found out that using sugarcane with something extra, like coffee grounds and eggshells, it had significant difference with sugarcane itself. This shows that mixed materials made better gaps between them and showed better insulation. And they also show the high potential as an insulation material. So I thought that the next step will be to compare these samples with the real insulation materials that are used right now, and also test fire resistance or durabilities to make it so that I can commercialize it. And also, I should consider about collecting the samples. Then I think that this will lead to reduce the amount of waste to be burnt. So I believe that making insulation materials from food waste will reduce the amount of food waste, and turning them to something new will lead to a sustainable society. Thank you very much.
上野翔太さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。住谷先生、お願いします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your impressive presentation. I think your idea is very innovative, and also you did really good experiment with good analysis. So my question is that, as you said, now currently the insulation materials are made of oil, and why do you think is that, and also how can you change it to the more sustainable insulation materials? So just asking your idea.
Oh, so basically it is that most of the people say that oils will be, there will be no more oils in the future, so we should change the way of making insulation materials from oils to something else. So I focused on wastes. And since there are vast amount of waste left, and I thought that I can use them as a replacement of oil. And since they are wastes, they are biodegradable, which means that they can break down to soil with no harm to the environment.
Great idea. Thank you.
他にご質問ございますか？熊原先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your nice idea. And I have one question to you. Now, actually, this food, something, what you are proposing is something that may be also negatively affected due to the insects, I think, in those countries. Because now if it is, let's say, sugarcane waste, so that may be a very good area for insects to gather as well. Did you consider that kind of negative effects over there?
Yes, I did. So for example, so for the samples that I used for this experiment, I dried them up completely, and I also, for example, for the sugarcane, I got rid of the sugar by boiling it, and I'm already using these materials for about 2 years, but there's no effects from insects. So I think that drying completely will be a good way of preventing insects. So I think there will be no problem for these. Thank you.
それではお時間となりました。上野翔太さん、ありがとうございました。6人目のプレゼンターは、厚生学園高等学校、上野翔太さんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始までもう少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは、桐蔭学園高等学校、池田康介さんです。池田さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
940 million tons. What do you think this number represents? This represents the total carbon emissions from airplanes in 2024. Hi, I'm Kosuke Ikeda. Today, I'd like to talk about sustainable aviation fuel and resource circulation. Last year, after volunteering overseas, I was shocked by my flight's carbon footprint. Air travel is essential in a global society. However, the corporation that harms the planet is unsustainable. I could not ignore this contradiction. Last summer, I participated in a JAXA program where I learned about sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. SAF is produced from renewable resources, and compared with fossil fuels, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions by up to 80%. However, SAF makes up only 0.7% of all jet fuels. Supply shortage is a serious problem. One of the most promising feedstocks of SAF is used cooking oil, UCO. Yes, the same oil left over from cooking your favorite meals. Let me ask by a show of hands, have you ever recycled used cooking oil? Thank you. It appears not many people have. Japanese households generate about 100,000 tons of UCO annually, but the collection rate is only 10%. The vast majority is discarded. That made me think I should do something about it. To begin with, I conducted a survey in my neighborhood. The results showed public awareness of SAF was low, with about 70% of the respondents being unaware of it. Moreover, 68% discard UCO as burnable waste. In fact, there are no collection points in my area. To test its potential, I conducted a pilot collection at Northwich Course and collected 11 liters in 3 months. I'm convinced that we can collect more if public awareness and collection infrastructure are improved. The future of aviation must be net zero and carbon neutral. We must expand the SAF production. To achieve this, we need to raise awareness of SAF and make UCO recycling a norm and strengthen the collection system throughout communities. This is my goal. So, what can we do? First, changing mindsets is key. Research circulation should not be stressful or inconvenient. It can be simple, even enjoyable. The key is to create opportunity for people of all ages to get involved, not out of obligation, but out of inspiration. I have been playing soccer since I was 5 years old. I have seen how sports can bring people together. After talking with several organizations, I found that many sports teams want to help the environment and engage their fans. So, I came up with the idea of using the power of sport to promote SAF. Last summer, I sent a proposal to a professional football club in Kanagawa. We had an event with SC Sagamihara and SSD and collected 30 liters of oil in just 1 day. We also launched an awareness campaign at the stadiums through the club's media channel. Fortunately, awareness has begun to increase. It was great to see so many kids participating and learning that UCO could become a new energy source for planes. Many supporters said, it's excellent to support a team while helping the environment. Others responded, I didn't know about oil recycling. Where can I recycle it other than the stadium? Awareness was beautifully turning into action. This campaign reached 340,000 people through local and social media. This project wasn't just about awareness. It was about changing mindsets and strengthening the collection system. By going beyond conventional methods, I have created a new model that engages all generations. I didn't simply collect oil. I changed behavior. This is how real change begins. This is a change that I want to make. Moreover, the impact goes even further. Sports events produce a significant amount of CO2 when fans drive to the stadium. By collecting UCO for SAF at the venue, we can offset these emissions right away. Based on my estimates, 30 liters of UCO offset about 20% of these emissions from spectators' cars that day. This is only the beginning. I will expand this initiative. It's time to stop sacrificing our planet. Turning UCO into SAF helps achieve carbon neutrality. Let's all be circulators instead of just consumers, and let's make a future where resources and responsibility circulate together. Thank you for listening.
池田康介さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。高橋さん、お願いします。
Okay, thank you for your great presentation. My question is, why do you think SAF currently accounts for such a small share of total jet fuel? Why do you think it's that? Yeah, why do you think SAF currently accounts for very small share of total jet fuel? It's 0.7%. Why do you think it's that?
Thank you for the question. That's a very important point. And actually, there's only one SAF manufacturing facilities in Osaka. So SAF is quite new. So everyone don't know about SAF. So I think we have to increase the number of the manufacturing facilities. And I hope that the number of facilities will increase in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
他にご質問ございますか？アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really well thought out. So could you explain further, how did you motivate event participants to bring used oil to the event? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's a point of the conservation. And actually, a lot of people don't know about SAF. So when I had the event with SC Sagamihara, I connected, last year I connected SAF to environment activities. So I think people felt motivated to take part in. And when the sports connected to the environment activity, I can inspire people, and I think inspiration can turn awareness into action. And I want to expand this initiative, then I want to raise awareness of SAF in the future. Thank you.
お時間となりました。池田康介さん、ありがとうございました。7人目のプレゼンターは、桐蔭学園高等学校、池田康介さんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始まで少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは、神奈川県立神奈川工業高等学校、ブランデンバーグ・ルキさんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
have a question for you. Do you know the word exclusion? Most people say exclusion is terrible, but I stand here as someone who did it. Not because I was cruel, not because I didn't care, but because my design excluded someone. I have been working with a volunteering group. I have been working with a welfare facility for people with disability in Kanagawa. I created products to help increase their wages. For example, these cookie cans. I laser engraved a can and sold it as a special cookie can, and the welfare center's profit became about 5 times higher. This year, a staff member at the welfare center told me the visitor at event goes up and down, so I decided to create a game to attract more people. That is the game I made. Many people played it. There was even a long line. I thought I did it, I succeeded. But at that moment, something happened. A worker at the facility could not operate the game because his hand moved involuntarily. He couldn't use a small D-pad. Imagine this. Everyone around you is having fun. You think, I want to try. You take the controller, but you're the only one who cannot play it. I believe that must have been very painful. And at that moment, I realized something. Exclusion is not always intentional. It is simply built into the design. After the event, I thought, how should I solve this? First, I thought, I just make the game simpler. But the problem isn't the game's difficulty. I had a fateful encounter. At an inclusive traveling amusement park in Kanagawa, I saw a visual impaired person playing a fighting game. I actually played against him, and I lost. And that is the moment I learned the word accessibility. And I decided to create my own accessible game. But what kind of game would I create? Nowadays, games are made with advanced graphics and huge development budget. As a high schooler student, I cannot compete with these big budget games. My volunteering group believe in that our unique role as a high schooler student is the most valuable thing in our volunteering group. I remember the very first game I played. Most people won't start playing game. Most people often don't play difficult games. Many people often start playing games with simple mini games. So I set a goal to become a bridge between people with disability and the gaming world. I'll ask some questions, so please think about them. What is even accessibility? Accessibility means designing something so everyone can use it. There are also accessibility settings on your iPhone, like high contrast. Everyone, can you tell what this character is holding in their hand? The answer was money. There's also even controllers that allow physical customization, so people with disability can use them. But what kind of game would I create? First, I did a color universal design test. This is my certificate for passing the color universal design test. Using this, this is my first first accessibility design game. It is a buzzwire game, and I had no special equipment, and I didn't spend any money. The cost was literally zero. So I used a old COVID protective panel from the COVID period, used a UV printer at school, and used a color simulation app to check for different types of color vision. After my color universal design improvement, all 3 out of 3 people told me, who played it, told me that the visuals were easier to see and they enjoyed playing the game. I also asked a disability sports organization, ePara, for advice. Mr. Kato told me, you must reflect the voices of the people themselves. So I decided to collaborate with Chigasaki Special Needs School. This is the game I tested. I tested it with 10 people, but first only 1 could successfully play it. But after improving the input, all 9 people could play it successfully. The keyboard was divided into left and right side, so the visuals were easier to press. There's also buttons that allow disabled people to press like easily. And I'm currently rebuilding my game, so I'm currently rebuilding my programming so it can connect to this button. My goal is at least 80% of people can participate without assistant, and 2 minutes or more per player, and 70% of people can say, I want to play again. I'm currently collabing with Kamakura City, and right now, 5 welfare facility is using my game for rehabilitation. You can scan this QR code and play my games in a website I created. Let's play a game with no barriers and only bridges. Thank you.
ブランデンバーグ・ルキさん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問いかがでしょうか。熊平さん、お願いします。
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, and it's very interesting. Can you tell me what you enjoy the most in designing and developing the games?
Thank you for the question. Sometimes making a game is very hard, and it is there's a lot of errors that happen. But when my game worked perfectly, that is how do you say it? I enjoy that the most when my game works perfectly.
Thank you very much. I understand it very much. Thank you.
他にご質問ございますか。加納先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And you had this universal design perspective, focusing on the accessibility. And this time at your game, you focus more on the visibility and also fine motor skills. What other components of universal design would you plan to put into your game in the future?
Right now, I have no other plans. I'm actually colorblind, so that's why I'm focusing on color vision. And yeah, those stuff right now.
Thank you very much. It really explains your motivation as well.
それではお時間となりました。ブランデンバーグ・ルキさん、ありがとうございました。8人目のプレゼンターは、神奈川県立神奈川工業高等学校、ブランデンバーグ・ルキさんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始までもう少々お待ちください。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは渋谷教育学園幕張高等学校、靴水利音さんです。靴水さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Gender equality exists on paper. We see it in headlines. More women in leadership, more awareness, even Japan's first female prime minister. So we're told that progress is happening. But if equality truly was the standard, women-only carriages and beware of voyeurism signs wouldn't be there when I go to school every morning. If equality truly was the standard, I wouldn't be standing here talking about the necessity for true equity. And this brings me to an example that turns equity from a slogan into reality: paternity leave. According to the World Economic Forum, Japan ranks 118th out of 148 countries in gender equality. In response to this, Japan reformed its parental leave system. As of 2025, if both parents take paternity leave, you can receive full salary for up to 28 days. Furthermore, it is now mandatory for companies to disclose their paternity leave rates. Yes, so on paper, this is progress. So why does the utilization rate remain so low despite having one of the best paternity leave systems in the world? It's because childcare is still seen as a woman's job. When childcare is viewed as a woman's job and workplace culture punishes people who take absence, paternity leave becomes a right that exists but cannot be exercised. Perfect systems are useless if they cannot be used. You might wonder why I care about this so much. I'm 17 years old. I'm a student. I don't have children. This is my mother. I grew up with the consequences of this system. When I was born, my mother had to give up her job of 7 years. 7 years of dedication, 7 years of hard work and labor. But because society didn't allow her to keep her job, she had to give it all up. And that realization pushed me to act. And that is why I founded Career Pact, a program designed to make paternity leave possible in reality. We do this in 2 systems. First, by skill continuity, and second, by emotional support. This is the program that is online right now being used by over 150 users. We provide skill continuity through skill development videos, professional engagement powered up by actual other companies, as well as professional engagement, making sure that every employer and employee stays engaged, not isolated. Furthermore, we provide mental support. Many companies do offer mental support through private counseling. However, the usage rates remain extremely low because employees fear the stigma or being seen as a weak link that might damage their careers. So instead, CareerPact provides human-monitored AI 24/7 counseling, as well as a unique community support platform that connects parents that take paternity leave across regions and companies. Together, through these systems, we completely reduce workplace pressure, and we create a world where paternity leave is actually a realistic solution. Now, this is not just an idea. As of 2025, through business pitches, we have reached over 200 users, as well as we have won first place in the Mirais X Kamuro Winter Business Contest. This win has led to us getting partnerships with companies like Philips. We have also been able to get contacts and mentors from the United Nations. But also, we have to talk about bringing this down to youth. This is the CareerPact Youth Bridge Program, a program that connects parents who have taken paternity leave with students. Parents share their insights about the realities, the struggles, the pressure of having to balance careers and childcare, because you don't learn this at school. And children can share their experiences, the unique perspectives of their favorite childhood memories, their struggles of growing up. So this two-way system is the only one that exists in society currently, where we have a connection with students and adults who took paternity leave. Furthermore, I have created a student body group called CareerPact Youth Initiative, a global society that connects students from all over the world with mentors, like I said, from the United Nations guiding us, and huge powerships with global initiatives. On April the 5th, we are going to hold our first global forum, the Global Gender Equality Forum. I've gone through different countries during the summer from global forums, and I've talked about the impacts CareerPact is going to create. Through this, we have managed to get over 50 students from over 20 countries join our impact. Students connected purely with the connection of gender equality. Because in order to change society, it starts by educating students before stereotypes become expectations, before we start to internalize ideas like certain careers cannot be took by one specific gender, or childcare must be tilted towards one side. So I shout out to the world. Gender equality is a human right. Paternity leave is not just about helping women. It is about redefining the scales of responsibility to create a world where childcare does not immediately cost your dreams and futures. And that is the change I strive to create. Thank you.
久水里音さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問のある方いらっしゃいますでしょうか。熊原先生、お願いします。
Yes, I think you have focused a very important topic when you think about the use of human resources in Japan as well. Now, most probably, compared to the conventional practices where the, particularly the female employees quit their jobs after the childbirth or something like that, then to what extent do you think that current online working or work from home or remote working, like these kinds of concepts can be accommodated into a project, a proposed project?
Thank you for that question. I think remote work can definitely be integrated in the first part of the CareerPact program. I think as well as the Skill Up program and the mental program we provide, we can definitely include remote working because I think there has to be obviously a part where workers can work at home to accommodate their childcare and also continue their careers.
Thank you very much.
他にご質問ございますか？アルカンタラ先生お願いします。
Thank you very much for your very powerful presentation. You know that gender equality is, as you mentioned in your presentation, it's really a critical problem. And there are a lot of initiatives being done or being implemented right now. Could you share with us, how do you think your initiative is different from other existing initiatives that tackle the issue?
I think that my initiative is very unique because a lot of the issues either focus on gender equality as a whole, so it's like a vague concept going into different roots of gender equality. For example, like women's presentations in social media, or for example, like how many women leaders there are in like government organizations. But I think my organization is unique in the way we only focus completely on paternity leave. And I've searched this up when I was trying to make the initiative. There is no initiative in the entire world currently of 2026 that focuses on paternity leave, especially because young students aren't exposed to concepts like paternity leave in our daily lives. So I think in that sense, my initiative does open the eyes of young students to like adult life concepts. So I think that does make my project very unique.
お時間となりました。靴水リオンさん、ありがとうございました。9人目のプレゼンターは渋谷教育学園幕張高等学校靴水リオンさんでした。次のプレゼンテーション開始までもう少々お待ちください。お待たせいたしました。いよいよ個人部門最後のプレゼンターとなります。プレゼンターは大妻中学高等学校青沼結乃さんです。青沼さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Do you feel nervous when you speak on a big stage like this? Are you always able to perform better than you did in practice? I have participated in many speech contests, but I have never experienced one where I didn't feel nervous. Even right now, I feel my heart pounding so fast and my hands shaking because I'm afraid of making mistakes or scared of forgetting my script. And I believe that everyone in this room has felt the same way at some point. Good afternoon. My name is Yuina Onuma, and I came from Otsuma High School, and I'm the Global Youth UN Ambassador of 2024. Today, I'd like to talk about the topic I have been researching for the past years. How can we help people who are not able to do their best performances in situations like speech contests because of their nervousness? First, let me share some data. According to a 2025 survey conducted by JTB, about 75% of high school students answered that they feel uncomfortable speaking in front of an audience. This number used to be 25%, and it has been increasing every year. In other words, it shows that many high school students has a strong anxiety towards speaking in public. But at the same time, communication skills and presentation skills are becoming more important in our society. In university classes, job interviews, and future workplaces, we cannot avoid situations where we must need to speak in front of others. In fact, many high school students already feel this problem through the silence that often happens in group works and debate classes at school. My interest in this issue began when I joined an English program called GLAP. There, I learned how to give presentations and speeches in English. At first, I thought it would be easy for me, because it's literally just speaking in front of your friends. However, it was much more difficult than I've expected. I was nervous, afraid of making mistakes, and scared of being judged by my classmates. At first, I thought the problem was only me. But when I looked around, I realized that many of my classmates were feeling the same anxiety, which made me start to wonder, why are we so afraid of speaking? And why have we never questioned it before? I believe this lies in a traditional Japanese culture. Phrases such as, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and read the air. These phrases are familiar to all of us. While these phrases emphasize cooperation and harmony, it also teaches us that expressing our own ideas and opinions can sometimes be risky. Over time, this has created a society where many people hesitate to speak up. So, what can we do? Is it realistic to rely on teachers across the country to give intensive speech training to every student? Is it possible to fully introduce presentation education into all schools? I believe these solutions are extremely difficult. When I was in elementary school, the COVID-19 pandemic forced me to study at home. At that time, I used learning applications, and it helped me study effectively, and I was able to pass my entrance exam for my current junior high school. Through this experience, I strongly believe that applications can be a powerful learning tool. That is why I came up with an application that can help us build our confidence, but also improve our speaking abilities. The name of the application is VoiceBoom. The idea behind its name is that every person's ideas are like seeds. Through this application, those seeds grow and eventually bloom like flowers so that it can be spread to others. This application has three main features. First, AI analyzes pronunciation, gestures, and emphasis by recorded speeches. Users record their speeches, send it to AI, and then AI gives us feedback so that we can use it to improve our presentations. Second, users are grouped into similar topics and practice presentations together while giving back peer feedback. This creates an environment that is very close to real presentation situations, so it's kind of like the process for the users to actually get used to speaking in front of others. And last but not least, the third system is that users can learn from professional presentation videos selected by AI. AI recommends professional presentation videos that matches the user's needs so that the users can find their own role model speakers. In my experience, after I found my role model speaker, I was able to find my own presentation styles and gestures and a vocabulary I felt comfortable using. Through these three approaches, users can gradually build confidence and also improve their speaking abilities at the same time. To test this idea, I conducted a small experiment in the summer. 20 participants used this practice method, and 16 of them improved their presentation test scores by about 20%. This result suggests that by using the right practice method and environment, many people are able to improve their presentation skills and also their confidence. However, the goal of this application is not simply producing better speakers. The real goal is to increase the number of people who feels comfortable sharing their voices. Through my experience, I realized that nervousness is not a weakness. In fact, it is proof that we truly care about what we want to say. Some of you here today may also feel nervous, but that nervousness is never meaningless, because beyond that feeling, there may be words that can change the world and move someone's heart. Thank you for listening.
青沼ゆいのさん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問いかがでしょうか。アルカンタル先生、お願いします。
Thanks for your wonderful idea, the voice bloom. So I wonder, how are you sharing that information with others, that availability of that app?
At first, I was sharing it by using SNS applications like Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, but as I shared this information, I thought the capacity of person I can share it to was too small. It's not that really influenceable. So I'm thinking about working with the government so that I can introduce it into like elementary schools and middle schools so that it can be actually used by schools. So I'm going to share it by, of course, using SNS, but also by working with schools and the government. Thank you.
他にご質問ございますか？熊原先生、お願いします。
So it's so interesting, and I would like to know what kind of differences did you notice between the men and women, or boys and girls, or something like that?
Thank you for the question. So far, the 20 participants were 13 girls and 7 boys, and I haven't really split the surveys I took after the experiment, so I'm not really sure about the difference boys and girls had, like psychologically, but I assume that boys had more confidence than girls, so I think if they had more like lack of confidence and if they acknowledge that, they can use the second system of this application, which is like actually practicing more with human-to-human interaction. So I think you can really build your system in this application by the lack of abilities you have. Thank you. I hope that answered your question.
お時間となりました。青沼ゆりのさん、ありがとうございました。個人部門最後のプレゼンターは大妻中学高等学校青沼ゆいのさんでした。以上で個人部門10校の発表が終了いたしました。個人部門の出場者の皆様、大変お疲れ様でした。それでは審査員の方々へ総評を伺っていきます。高橋さん、いかがでしたでしょうか？
そうですね、私はメディアの人間なので、特に皆さんがですね、社会に存在する問題を、どういった視点でですね、どんな風に切り込んでいくのかということに、特に注目していたんですけど、本当に皆さんね、視点がすごく鋭くてですね、もうすぐにでもスカウトしてですね、会社に連れて帰りたい皆さんばかりでした。はい、
ありがとうございます。スカウトが来るかもしれませんね。それでは熊平さん、よろしくお願いします。いかがでしたか？
ありがとうございました。もう私は皆さんのプレゼンに感動もしたんですけれども、何よりもそのパッションとアクションに対するコミットメント、これが本当に素晴らしいなと思いまして、チェンジメーカーとしてやっぱり世の中を良くしていきたいっていう思いをもうすでにもうたくさん持っていらっしゃることが分かりましたので、これからもそういった人生を生きてほしいなというふうに思っております。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。熊原先生、いかがでしたでしょうか？
私は日本に来て40年以上になりますけれど、あの時と比べたらもうだいぶ変わりましたなというのは一つの印象。二つ目はですね、やっぱり社会課題への皆さんのその見方、アプローチ、もう素晴らしいで、これをですね、日本だけじゃなくて、他の国にもなんか持っていっていければ、いいかなとかっていうのを、感じた次第です。はい。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。確かに海外でもプレゼンテーションしてほしいですよね。では、加納先生、お願いします。
はい、私は英語教育という観点から今日いろいろな多様なプレゼンテーションの形をおそらく生徒の皆さんもこういう表現の仕方、こういうプレゼンの仕方もあるんだということでいろいろ発見があったかと思います。それぞれの個性やトピック、内容に合わせてどのようなスタイル、どのようなパフォーマンスを取るかということをすごく工夫していらした。それがとても印象に残りました。ぜひ今日の様々なプレゼンを皆さんの糧として持って帰っていただけたらと思います。
ありがとうございます。 住谷先生いかがでしたでしょうか。
はい、大変素晴らしかったと思います。で、私自身の視点としては、一人一人がね、自分の主体性で課題解決しているかどうかっていうところを中心に見てるんですけども、本当に自分自身が重要と思った問題を見つけて、それに対して自分なりのアイデアを、仮説を作って、それを実際検証する実験とか行動を起こして、本当ね、海外まで行ってとかね、もう素晴らしい行動をされてるし、で、それを、わかりやすく、データとか、写真とか見せていただきながらプレゼンしていただく。そういったところも大変素晴らしかったし、私は大学院生を見てるんですけども、大学院生にも負けないぐらいの素晴らしいプレゼンテーションだったと思います。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。アルカンタラ先生、いかがでしたか？
そうですね。皆さんの発表が本当に素晴らしかったですよね。ありがとうございます。あっという間に、時間が過ぎました。楽しい時間でした。やっぱり一番印象的に、残っているのが、皆さんのアイディアが、自分のためではなく、他の人のために、自分が考えて、行動して、皆さんの前で自分のアイディアをどのように私たちに伝えるのか、それが本当に素晴らしかったですよね。このイベントだけではなく、これからも皆さんにずっと頑張ってほしいですよね。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。それではここで一旦昼休みとさせていただきまして、1時間後の13時24分、午後1時24分よりチーム部門のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。また会場を出たところにいくつかブースが設置されておりますので、まだご覧になっていないという方はぜひお立ち寄りください。それでは1時間後にまたお会いしましょう。お昼の時間ごゆっくりとお過ごしください。皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズ午後のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。出場者の皆さん、お昼食べられましたでしょうか？うんという、個人部門の方からうんというのが見えました。少し安心しております。それでは、ここからの審査員といたしまして、チーム部門へグローバルリンク賞をご提供いただいております、株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク日本事務局、太田羽菜様にご参加いただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。ここからはチーム部門のこちらの10校が登場します。どんなプレゼンテーションが聞けるのでしょうか。チーム全員の力を合わせたプレゼンテーション、楽しみですね。それではプレゼンテーションの準備を行っていますので、今しばらくお待ちください。それでは早速、1チーム目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。筑波大学附属駒場高等学校フォークリーチャーズの増田聡さん、新井健人さん、李印貞さん、東條陸太さんです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, I'm Kento Arai.
I'm Yun-chan Lee. I'm Rikuta Tojo.
I'm Satoshi Masuda. We are team Four Creatures. Today, we would like to present our proposal titled For the Future of Clean and Safe Cities. To start off, please take a look at this graph showing the number of overseas residents visiting Japan over the years. As you can see, while the number dropped sharply due to COVID-19, it has skyrocketed, reaching well over 35 million by 2024. Although this boosts the economy, it brings a serious challenge, over-tourism. So, what is over-tourism? Over-tourism is an excessive influx of tourists, often driven by social media. The growing number of tourists exceeds the location's capacity and causes numerous problems for local people. Let's look at Shibuya.
How many foreign tourists do you think actually came to Shibuya in 2024? The answer is over 50 million. A tourist visits every 2 seconds. That's too many. This massive overcrowding leads to disruptive behaviors and strains local residents. Let's see how local residents think about this. A survey by Sankei shows that 62% of Shibuya residents are troubled by foreign tourists littering, and 52% are bothered by noise. This isn't a distant problem for us. It's a part of our daily lives. Our school is pretty close to Shibuya, and we experienced this situation firsthand, so we felt a strong need to find a way to solve it.
Then we came up with a solution to imposing taxes on adult foreign tourists visiting Shibuya. Let's take an example. Venice, Italy, one of the most famous tourist destinations in the world, began to oblige its tourists to pay €5 to enter its Old Town district. Also, some system operation costs were paid. A certain amount of profits are expected to be earned. For introducing this kind of tax in Japan, we take particular note of extra-legal special purpose tax. This tax can be imposed only by the ordinances of the local government, which is legislated by the decisions of the local assemblies when some important requirements is satisfied. We think that Shibuya Ward can be the enacting body of this case for this tax, and also using profits to improve the environment in Shibuya is enough just reason from other examples nationwide Japan. To create a system like Venice, the biggest problem for us is that Shibuya is not an island, so it is literally impossible to check all the tourists entering Shibuya. So we think that requiring all the tourists to buy tickets and randomly asking whether they have ones or not is the best. Also, if one doesn't have their ticket, they will need to pay higher fines.
Now, what level of taxation would be the most effective in solving this problem? It should be neither too high or not too low. If it's too high, a lot of tourists will be unwilling to pay and choose not to visit Shibuya, which could cause significant economic damage to local businesses. In contrast, if it's too low, it will not bring about any meaningful change, then it would no longer serve as an effective solution. Therefore, we conducted a survey in Shibuya and asked 100 tourists from abroad how much money they are willing to pay if the tax was imposed on entering Shibuya. Let's look at the result. You can see that those who said that they will pay $5 take up the highest percentage of all. And nearly 40% of people said that the maximum amount of the tax they will pay is less than $5. Now, I'd like to talk about how much it costs and how much income is expected to be earned. First of all, labor cost. To inspire tourists to buy the tickets and to work as a deterrent over tourism, we said that the staff members should check the tickets of 10% of all the foreign tourists. Let's say one staff can check the tickets in 3 minutes per group of tourists. Including the other operation cost, it was estimated that it would cost 592 million yen, as shown on the slides.
Next, let's think about income. 11.6 million adult foreign tourists visit Shibuya every year. According to the previous survey, if tax were imposed, 61% of them would be expected to come and pay the tax. Then, the tax revenue from tickets would be about 5.3 billion yen. When you subtract these previous operation expenses, it would be about, the actual income would be about 4.7 billion yen. And it will be able to be used for urban beautification. Besides, it will reduce the amount of foreign tourists, also reduce the variety problems of over-tourism. In conclusion, by implementing this plan we proposed, we will not to be able to deal with the over-tourism in Shibuya, but also pose a positive impact on the tourism industry as a whole. Today, some conflicts between local people and tourists. And movement to foreigners are reported in the world. So we are sure that our solution will make waves to this trend. This system can show one solution to a whole world. As written on the slide, Japan is one of the world's leading tourism powerhouses. It also means that Japan has a great influence on the tourism industry. So that's why we believe that our plans will spread to the world, and Japan should take the initiative in this effort. These are our references. That is for our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
フォークリーチャーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問ございますでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
That was a very energetic presentation. Thank you very much. So the problem you're focusing on right now is over-tourism, right? So I wonder, what are the other solutions did you consider to solve this over-tourism problem? And how and why do you think your proposal of tax will be better solution compared to other ideas you had?
Over-tourism, yeah, I think that there's variety of ways to deal with it, but we choose this way because there's an Venice case, and we think that it can be also used in Shibuya, and it will be effective. So we choose this way, tax.
Thank you for your question.
他にご質問ございますでしょうか。熊原先生、お願いします。
Yes, actually, bad behavior of foreigners have created so many problems. That's exactly true. But I was wondering now, there are various routes to enter Shibuya. How can you collect this tax or make the payment? That is one question I was having. And also the term, if you say tourism tax, there are tourists from other parts of the country as well. Then is it not misleading? I think you wanted to mention that foreigners should pay. So I think the terminology may be changed. So what are your observations? Thank you very much.
For the first question, we won't check all the tourists whether they have tickets or not, but just requiring all the tourists to buy ticket and randomly asking actually 10% of tourists whether they have tickets or not. These two proportions to this second asking. First proportion is that the Shibuya World can check actually all the tourists actually buy tickets or not, and also work as the deterrence to buy ticket. So as we said, if one doesn't have the ticket, one will have to pay higher fine. So if when we checked 10% of tourists are checked whether they have tickets or not, maybe it works as deterrence to buy ticket. And for the second question, Shibuya is some particular place. So Venice, if people go to Venice, maybe they will go for tourism. But Shibuya is also used for commuting or having fun or going to cram schools. So people living in Japan use Shibuya not only for tourism but also for other proportions. So it is actually difficult to distinguish whether people from Japan coming to Shibuya to tourism or other destinations. But if foreigners come to Shibuya, maybe they will come to tourism. So it is the easy way to only impose tax on foreigners. That's one answer.
Thank you for your question.
お時間となりました。フォークリーチャーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。チーム部門のトップバッターは、筑波大学附属駒場高等学校フォークリーチャーズの皆さんでした。ただいま次のプレゼンテーションの準備を行っております。少々お待ちください。ではこのお時間を利用して JTB 太田さんにお話を伺いたいのですが、よろしいですか？ありがとうございます。昨年も審査員務めてくださいまして、中高生のプレゼンテーション、印象いかがですか？
いや、毎年レベルが上がってきてるなというのを楽しみにしながら毎年この場に来させていただいております。で、テーマもそれぞれその時の時勢だったりとかっていうものも反映したものもあったりとかして、この後のグループ発表も楽しみにしております。
この後も楽しみですね。ありがとうございます。では今しばらくお待ちください。失礼いたしました。それでは大変お待たせいたしました。次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは、愛高中学校リトルバイリトルの大和環奈さん、山崎和歌子さん、三浦隼人さん、藤原一葉さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Imagine this. Nearly 1 billion small parts used in musical instruments called reeds are thrown away around the world every year. 1 billion. For something so small, that number is enormous.
Hello everyone!
Charging for plastic bags, switching to paper straws, promoting recycling. Around the world, people are taking action to achieve the SDGs. In particular, we need to shift from a thrown-away society to a circular society where resources are reused and recycled.
But we asked ourselves, what can we do about this? Not the usual answer, something meaningful that only we could create. Two of us are members of the school wind band. There is something we use every single day. It is called a reed. Reeds are made from a plant called cane. They are used in wind instruments such as the clarinet and saxophone.
When a player blows air into the instrument, the reed vibrates, and that vibration produces sound. Reeds wear out quickly, and most of them are thrown away in just about a week.
Based on the number of players worldwide, an estimated 300 to 900 million reeds are discarded every year.
Behind the beauty of music, enormous amounts of resources are quietly thrown away.
Facing this huge amount of waste, we wondered, isn't there any way to use this as a resource? We've got an idea.
We remembered making paper from milk cartons in elementary school. If that works, then reed made from cane should also be able to turn into paper.
With support from our teachers, we carried out an experiment.
We extracted cellulose fibers, the main component of paper, from cane, the material used in these.
First, we crush the used reeds into small pieces and boil them to break down the plant structure.
Next, we wash and filter the fibers to remove impurities.
Finally, we spread the fibers in water and dry them to form a sheet of paper.
Through this process, we reproduced on a small scale the same principle used to make paper from wood.
As a result, we successfully obtained fibers that could actually be formed into paper.
However, the paper we produce still has challenges.
Compared with ordinary paper, the texture is rougher and the durability needs improvement.
In other words, there is still room for development.
But that is what makes our project exciting.
Until now, wood has been turned into paper and recycled again as paper.
However, there have been almost no attempts to make paper from wood products such as reeds.
In other words, our research shows that discarded wood products can become a new paper resource.
Our team consists of 2 wind band members and 2 students skilled in science. By working across different fields, the experiment progressed steadily and successfully.
Please look at these numbers. In Japan alone, about 30 tons of reeds are used every year. Based on our experimental results, if we recycle just 30%, it becomes 9 tons, enough to make 2 million sheets of A4 paper.
Producing paper usually requires cutting down trees. By using discarded leaves as a fiber source, we can reduce the demand for wood and help to save forest resources.
In addition, the used reed normally thrown away and burned as waste. Recycle them into paper would reduce amount of being incinerated and CO2 emission produced in this process.
Overall, this could reduce about 12 tons of CO2, which is roughly equal to the annual emissions of 2 to 3 households.
These numbers may seem small, but think about it. There are many wood products around us besides these.
Many small steps can add up to something big, creating a meaningful environmental impact.
That is why we value recycling leaves as a starting point. To begin this effort, we chose the place closest to us, our school.
About 70% of junior high schools and high schools have wind band. This means this project can be reproduced in many schools.
Collect leaves, turn them into recycled paper, and use that paper within the school. A complete circular system all on one campus.
And sharing this on social media, we can not only reduce environmental impact, but also raise awareness among students and teachers.
Music is universal. It needs no word. Within this global circle of music, we aim to create a system where resources can circulate.
We hope to expand this initiative to other wood products in the future.
In this way, we can move one step closer to a circular society. That is the goal of our project.
Changing the world doesn't always start with a big revolution.
Sometimes it begins with one single reed.
We have shown a system that anyone can start anywhere right now. This is not just an idea. It is a future already taking shape.
And the ones who will move that future forward are us.
One small step at a time, little by little, the circular future begins here.
Thank you for listening.
リトルバイリトルの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質問に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがですか？熊平さん、お願いします。
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I really like the idea that using the reeds to make a paper. I have a question. How did you become a team in the beginning to collaborate to create this idea realized? Especially scientist team and members of the wind band club. It's a very unique team team up, I think.
Thank you for your question. We are originally friends, and we like science, and they belong to Wind Club. Through discussing within us, they said that wreaths are thrown away a lot. Hearing this, we got interesting about this, and we got to the conclusion. Thank you.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。加野先生お願いします。
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I'd like to know if you had considered recycling other wooden products that might come out from junior high school life. So not only the instruments, but other things like for the sports club or anything might have wood that would be wasted.
Thank you for your question. We've searched for another materials that can be paper. For example, pencils wood, or the sword clubs, bamboo sword. It also can be made into paper. Another, we will continue to find another materials in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
お時間となりました。リトルバイリトルの皆さん、ありがとうございました。2チーム目は愛好中学校リトルバイリトルの皆さんでした。ただいま次のプレゼンテーションの準備を行っておりますので、今しばらくお待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは山形県立米沢工場館高等学校鬼キューブの斉藤心美さん、渋谷優里さん、加野優奈さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone! So we would like to start our presentation. First, please look at this graph. You will see from the graph, Japan faces a serious rice crisis today. Over the past 60 years, rice consumption has dropped less than half. Furthermore, in response to rising its prices, about 35% of people are eating more bread and noodles, while 28% are simply eating less rice. This trend threatens our traditional food culture based on rice. You might think this is just a trend only in big cities, right? That is wrong. Even in Yamagata, the trend is exactly the same. Now, our city, Yonezawa, is part of the Onigiri Summit. That's great. But here the thing, it hasn't truly connected with the local community. So what's missing? Simple. It hasn't become a culture yet. Our goal is to create an onigiri culture starting right here in Yonezawa. From local roots, we want to make a global impact. So why onigiri? Onigiri is one-handed, rational, and provides good nutrition, combining both carbohydrate and protein. In addition, onigiri is going global. It's cool, it's healthy, and it's trending. And nowadays, people care about time of performance and saving money. So we thought if eating onigiri becomes a habit on busy days, it would be a perfect solution to revitalize consumption. But wait, there's a problem. At the event, something surprising happened. Even Japanese adults couldn't shape onigiri properly. And it gets worse. Our in-school survey showed that around 30% of students hardly ever make it.
So, here is what we did. We created our own original recipes designed to be simple, accessible, and made with ingredients anyone already has at home. For example, take Hagane musubi. Hagane musubi. Made with green seaweed, bonito flakes, and tempura beets. It's designed for one-handed iron intake. And this one, Goma Goma Shakemame-kun Nigiri. The concept is simple, quick and easy nutrition on the go. The recipes were handwritten to make them more appealing and memorable. Next up, we put our recipes into action. We hosted workshops using our recipes. We even act as lecturers to conduct food education classes. After the workshop, 100% of participants found making onigiri much easier. That tells us one thing. We successfully broke down the barrier. But what really excited us was this. 100% of participants said they want to try making onigiri by themselves going forward. Look at this word crowd. Before the workshop, words like easy to eat were most common. But after, words like convenient, easy to make, and simple took over. We discovered a clear shift in mindset from eating onigiri to making onigiri. And on top of that, positive words like simple and fun started to appear. Here is our strategy for cultivating culture. Kids enjoy making onigiri, parents become interested, family practice together, culture is established.
Now, to take this cycle beyond the school and into the wider community, we brought our workshops to children's cafeterias. And just like before, we ran food education sessions too, sharing the charm of rice. The results are clear. After the workshop, not a single person, kids included, said that making onigiri was very difficult. And on the flip side, the number of people who found it very easy went up significantly. Comments like, "It was so fun making onigiri with my child," and "I can't wait, I'm making it tomorrow," showed us that something rare is happening. This was a solid, meaningful first step toward building an onigiri culture. We will continue developing new recipes and holding workshops in the future. So, why did we come together as a team? And why CMA? Because we all care deeply about the same thing, preserving Japanese food culture. We each bring our own skills, cooking and nutrition knowledge, English skills, and data analysis. We chose CMA because we don't want this solution to stay local.
We want the world to know about it. Because protecting food culture is not just Japan's problem. It's everyone's responsibility. We see our impact on 3 levels. Region, create an onigiri culture in Okitama. Japan, revive rice consumption, protect our food heritage. World, support sustainable food systems and healthy living. Local to global. That is our mission. That is our impact. Now, can onigiri save Japan's rice culture? We believe the answer is yes, and we're already proving it. Think about this. If every Japanese person is just 1 more vital rice, our food self-sufficiency rate would rise by 1%. 1 bite, 1%. That's the power of a small action. From Yonezawa to Japan and to the world. It all starts with 1 onigiri. Let's all eat rice together. Thank you.
鬼キューブの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答へ移らせていただきます。住谷先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your very enjoyable presentation. I like your idea, and also I appreciate what you are doing. So my question is that the bread advocate may say sandwich is very good for health, easy to make, and so on. So that they may say similar things like you. So how do you say the real advantage of rice over bread, like sandwich?
Thank you for the question. We think onigiri has many advantages, but the best thing is onigiri is a staple food which contains carbohydrate, and if you choose the ingredients, you can get other nutrients. For example, mineral, vitamin C, and so on. So we focused on making onigiri. That's all.
Thank you.
Also, we want to preserve Japanese food culture, which we want to preserve Japanese food culture based on rice. So we wanted to use rice. We want to protect rice culture. So we want.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Thank you.
お時間となりました。鬼キューブの皆さん、ありがとうございました。3チーム目は山形県立米沢工場館高等学校鬼キューブの皆さんでした。ただいま次のプレゼンテーションの準備を行っておりますので、今しばらくお待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは 昭栄女子学院中学校グリーンファッションの倉本玉樹さん、千葉ほのかさん、櫻井志保さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi, we're Team Green Fashion. Look at this new clothes I bought yesterday. It's on trend.
Didn't you say the same thing a week ago?
Well, the trend goes by quickly, so we gotta catch up with it.
This is called fast fashion, a type of business model that offers trending clothes at a low cost. Although this is happy news for consumers, mass production and mass disposal causes environmental issues, and it's claimed as the world's second most polluting industry by the UNCTAD. It's significant that we, as the next generation, take the action to protect the future of the fashion industry.
According to the Asahi newspaper, the fast fashion industry is growing steadily, and in prediction, by 2032, the scale will grow at 3 times then in 2020. So, as a solution, we focused on the term sustainable fashion. This survey conducted by the Japanese Ministry of the Environment shows the actions needed to do to spread sustainable fashion. And we thought we can work in these parts by making our own eco-friendly clothes.
In the long run, we want to sell and spread these clothes. But for now, as students, we focus on spreading the hurt to cherish one thing for a long time through these clothes.
When designing, we broke the problems of fast fashion into 2 pieces. 1, they are thrown away quickly, and 2, they have a negative impact on the environment when manufactured.
These are the solutions that we came up with. First, linen is twice as strong as cotton and tough enough to last 10 years, which can improve the low quality of fast fashion. The second point is keeping the design simple. By this, clothes won't be affected by trends and we could prevent mass disposal. We also make the length long so the clothes can be adjusted to the child's growth.
Linen is also an effective solution for the second problem. Firstly, it requires minimal chemicals or water to grow. In addition, it absorbs CO2 from the atmosphere as opposed to artificial fiber, which releases CO2 and microplastic. Also, it's breathable and absorbs sweat, so it's the perfect material for the global warming society.
To change our future, we always have to look back at our past. So, as a final element, we added the culture of Edo, one of the most eco periods ever. Clothes are one example, and people back then reused them until they became ashes and then even pottery.
These are some elements that we picked up from the culture of Edo. Firstly, by cutting the fabric straight like kimonos, there would be no cut and waste, and the clothes could easily be repaired on our own. Secondly, the Edo period valued iki, meaning simplicity being stylish, which matches with our concept well. Also, navy is traditional, but it's favored globally as a color that can blend in well with any type of fashion.
Because young people often buy cheap and trendy clothes, we conducted a survey in our class asking them if they're interested in fast fashion. The results are this. Nearly half of them weren't. Given, we realized that before doing anything, we first need to work on raising awareness. So, we displayed a poster in our class explaining fast fashion. Later, when we took the survey again about the actions they could take, everyone in our class answered that there is something they can do, which is a huge advancement.
In addition, because we are all returnees from 3 different countries, we were able to inform our friends abroad about our clothes and activities. We got numerous positive feedback like this, and by this, we were able to know that our designs and activities can be appreciated globally.
Hoping that it will provide an opportunity to cherish one piece of clothing and take interest in fast fashion, we created an Instagram account. There, we posted how to make tutorials, self-introducing videos, posters about fast fashion, and our activities, both in Japanese and in English.
We searched up a market in Gyogenjin Temple ourselves and displayed clothes, informative videos, and posters there. We were able to inform people with various backgrounds and also took a survey on Google Forms.
We made many advancements during this market. Firstly, our Instagram views marked 150 on that day. Secondly, in the survey, half of our visitors answered that the thing they value most in clothes is the material. Many of them actually touched our clothes and gave us positive feedback about the soft texture of linen. Finally, all of the visitors answered that they learned something new from our display, which means that our actions are very meaningful.
To improve our clothes, we contacted two companies, Tennen and Takes. Both are ethical fashion brands using 100% natural materials. We asked many questions, but we thought these are the key parts. Firstly, the whole shopping experience determines the true value of the clothes, like talking at the shop and knowing about the clothes, about how it was manufactured. Second is to make a clothes that is comfortable for both makers and consumers, meaning no labor problems or use of unsafe materials. By these points, we can come to like the clothes more, leading to less waste.
Displaying clothes is not our final destination. Using the new connections we made at the market, we'll take action at a bigger scale. For example, we were able to exchange Instagram accounts with the host of a regional market 20 times bigger than now. So we want to set up a workshop at that market where anyone can experience making their own eco-friendly clothes. Also, we got to know a representative of a publisher, so we are considering publishing a book on Kindle.
Given the interview, we decided to reconsider the manufacturing process to make it more eco-friendly. Reflecting the resource cycle in the Edo period, we want to collect second-hand clothing and use the cloth as a new material. This way, we are hoping that the history and originality will make clothes more attractive and harder to be thrown away in a short period of time.
To spread the hurt to cherish one thing for a long time, we will never stop taking actions. Our small steps bring big differences to the world. Together, let's turn the fashion industry green!
Thank you.
グリーンファッションの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much, Green Fashion Team. That was really a wonderful presentation, and indeed, fast fashion. You are addressing a very critical problem today. So, one issue is that fast fashion brands tend to be less costly than sustainable brands. How did you incorporate that into your planning, into your idea?
So our goal for the ethical fashion is a clothes like this, which could be more expensive than fast fashion brands, but it's still eco-friendly. And so in order to change fashion industry into more ethical fashion brands, we realized that we firstly have to change people's mindset about the clothes so that they can accept accept the expensive clothes, but then if they use it for a long time, then it means that the clothes is still being used a lot, and they pay, even though they paid a lot, it was like meaningful once you use the clothes a lot, and also if you have a love toward the clothes. So yes, we're firstly now trying to change mindset about the clothes. Right now, yes.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。加野先生、お願いします。
Well, you talked about recycling materials into as a future possibility, and you went to the local market. I guess you saw a lot of old kimono there. Do you have any perspective of recycling such kimono clothes?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we think that it is very good because kimono actually reflects the part of this clothes. And also, in the Edo period, as we mentioned, the clothes were recycled so often, so that kimono clothes are actually very easy to be used for recycling. So, yes, we would like to try and do this. Thank you very much.
お時間となりました。グリーンファッションの皆さん、ありがとうございました。4チーム目は 昭栄女子学院中学校グリーンファッションの皆さんでした。次のプレゼンテーションの準備をしておりますので、今しばらくお待ちください。ではこのお時間、住谷先生にお話を伺ってもよろしいですか？
急に来ました。
すいません、はい、本当にテーマがいろいろですよね。
チームだから、なんていうか、掛け合いとかね、プレゼンの工夫とか、そういうのが、個人以上になんか工夫されているところが楽しいなと思って聞いております。
そうですね。衣装もそうですし、小物も皆さん工夫されている印象ですよね。
そうですね。はい。楽しく聞かせていただいてます。
ありがとうございます。それではもう少々お待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは、九州産業大学附属九州産業高等学校もったいないガールズの笠よし子さん、安川千穂さん、笠井優さん、湯気しおりさんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Did you know that the hundreds of pieces of chalk are thrown away in the school every week?
Hello everyone, we are
もったいないガールズ
Today we would like to share our research on recycling chalk. Currently, chalk is used in many high school classrooms. However, when chalk becomes too short to use, it becomes difficult to handle, and in many cases it is simply thrown away. This made us wonder, is there a way to reuse chalk that would otherwise be discarded? This question led us to start our research. Our research was inspired during cleaning time. While we are cleaning the blackboard, our homeroom teacher said it's such a waste to throw away these small pieces of chalk. Hearing those words made us start thinking about how short pieces of chalk could be reused. First, we investigated how much chalk was actually being thrown away. As a result, we found that about 20 short pieces of chalk are discarded per teacher each week.
Next, we conducted experiments to find a way to recycle short pieces of chalk. Then, first, we collected short pieces of chalk and crushed them into small particles using mortar and pestle. However, this method took a long time, so and mortar and pestle are not always available at the school. Therefore, we instead used the cutter to shape the chalk into powder. We mixed the chalk powder with water at a ratio of 5:1, shaped into the mixture sticks, and let it dry for about 3 days. One important feature of our method is practicality. It uses simple materials and can easily be done in school. After repeated trial and error, while adjusting the ratio of water and chalk powder, we successfully 10 short pieces of chalk, each about 2 to 3 centimeters chalk, into 3 new chalk sticks measuring about 6 centimeters. When teacher used actually the recycled chalk, they said it was easy to write with compared with the regular chalk. The recycled chalk works just as well. This result shows that the recycled chalk can be a practical alternative to regular chalk. Next, we made the further improvements so that anyone could make the recycled chalk easily. When we created the chalk by hand, the shapes and sizes are varied, so we considered using the mold to make it easier to place chalk powder into the mold. We cut an old plastic fires and used it as a small scoop.
At first, we prepared two types of mold. One made from tapioca straws, cut the range of chalk, and while another made from plastic clay. However, the straw mold caused insufficient drying and many cracks, while it was difficult to remove the chalk from the plastic clay mold.
So, we improved the straw mold. We cut about 1/3 lengthwise to increase the surface area exposed to air. This improvement made the chalk easier to dry and easier to remove from the mold. This way shows that repeated trial and improvement is important in developing practical solutions. When we tried using the finished chalk, we noticed that the cut part created a flat surface. This part fit comfortably against the sun and allowed the chalk to be held more steadily. As a result, we discovered another advantage. It was even easier to write with than the conventional chalk. Furthermore, we calculated total impact on our school. Our survey revealed that about 960 pieces of chalk are used every week in our school. If all the short pieces that are normally discarded were recycled, we could produce about 300 new pieces of chalk. This would reduce the cost of buying the chalk from about 50,000 yen to 10,000 yen, resulting in annual savings of about 240,000 yen. This money could be used in various ways, such as improving school facilities or reducing the financial burden on parents.
This research is also related to SDGs, especially Goal 4, Quality Education for All, and Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. For example, the saved money could be used for activities such as donations to UNICEF, which helps children who are limited to access to education. In addition, recycling chalk encourages people to value resources and promote awareness of resource circulation. In other words, recycling chalk is not only about saving money, but also about using resources responsibly. We can contribute to protecting the environment. In the future, we hope to expand our individuals not only to our school, but also to other schools. From small pieces of chalk, we discovered a big idea. Nothing is waste if we choose to use it wisely. Thank you for listening.
もったいないガールズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
chalks are used everywhere in many schools in Japan. And you mentioned towards the end of your presentation that it would be nice if this idea could be shared with other schools as well. Any thoughts? Any ideas on how are you going to do that?
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
How will you increase the number of schools that will implement the idea that you just proposed today?
By making the video, which shows the way we created chalk, and we upload the movie to such as YouTube, TikTok, and so on. Thank you for asking.
他にご質問ございますでしょうか。熊原先生お願いします。
So it's a very good idea. And after you introduce this idea, I wonder whether you got any inquiries from other schools about this project? Or anybody from the society, maybe the city office or something like that?
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Now, your idea is very good, but after you introduce this idea, did you receive any kind of inquiries from other schools about how to introduce this one in their school also?
No. No. We'll do more activities to expand our idea. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you.
お時間となりました。もったいないガールズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。5チーム目は九州産業大学附属九州産業高等学校もったいないガールズの皆さんでした。それではここで10分間の休憩を取らせていただきます。休憩後は6チーム目からプレゼンテーションを再開いたします。14時36分、午後2時36分までにお席にお戻りください。
グローバルリンクはグローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念にシンガポールとオーストラリアでのコンテストイベント開催やオンラインでのプログラム提供を行っています。グローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会科学分野に関する探究・課題研究の発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ブースプレゼンテーションでは、すべてのチームがこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表します。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そしてブースプレゼンテーションで評価の高かったチームが翌日のステージプレゼンテーションに進み、全参加者と審査員を前に発表を行います。大舞台でのプレゼンテーションや審査員と英語での質疑応答など緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。 リサーチサマリーセッションでは、参加チームが自身の発表サマリーを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで活発な議論が交わされます。そして表彰式では各分野1位から3位が発表され、審査員から表彰状や盾が贈られます。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの機会があります。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや有識者による基調講演、コンテスト会場となる南洋理工大学でのアクティビティや現地大学教授による講演やシンガポール動物園でのスタディーツアーなど多くの学びの場が用意されています。
Also, actually, we made a lot of friends here from a lot of countries. They all have different mindsets, and along the way, we just got to broaden our horizons a lot.
So we definitely learned a lot. We did that. We were able to talk to the judges after our presentations, after each day, and the judges were able to give us a lot of very helpful feedback for our presentation and research for the future.
The presentation was memorable the most because it was my first time presenting in kind of a scientific contest, so it was very new for me.
皆さんの興味関心が世界につながる扉になる。同じ志を持った世界中の仲間との出会いや日常では触れることができない特別な学びがその扉の先には待っています。これからの人生を大きく変える、そんな一歩をグローバルリンクで踏み出しませんか？
なりたい自分になるために今動き出そう。
Fluffy has too many sales reports to finish. Good pronunciation.
What do you do in your free time?
Nice, very good.
I thought I heard that, but that's surprising.
Are you sociable?
ベストな環境が
Very good, everyone.
ゴールまで導いてくれる。さあ、共に羽ばたけ。You can do it. ECC 外語学院。
Global Link is committed to creating a unique field of inspiration and growth for students through global knowledge exchange that shapes the future. We host contest events in Singapore and Australia. Let us introduce Global Link Singapore. Since its launch in 2014, Global Link Singapore has been a presentation contest focused on scientific and social science research and inquiry. There are 3 types of presentation formats. In the booth presentation, every team presents in a dedicated room using PowerPoint. The audience listens attentively, and a Q&A session after each presentation leads to deep discussions. Teams with high evaluations in the booth presentation advance to the stage presentation the following day, presenting in front of all participants and judges. It's a big stage with English Q&A sessions. Challenging, yet rewarding.
Student flow. We don't wait for disaster. We move.
Putting dimples on the ball surface makes the
In the research summary session, teams stand by their summaries and engage in explanations and discussions with participants. This is where the distance between presenters and participants is the closest, and lively debates happen everywhere. At the award ceremony, the top 3 teams in each field are announced, and certificates and trophies are presented by the judges. the 3-day schedule, Global Link Singapore offers more than just presentations. There are networking dinners with participants from different countries, keynote speeches by experts, activities at Nanyang Technological University, the contest venue, lectures by local professors, and even a study tour at Singapore Zoo. Plenty of opportunities for learning and exchange await.
So actually, we made a lot of friends here from a lot of countries. They all have different mindsets, and along the way, we just got to broaden our horizons a lot.
So we definitely learned a lot. We did that we were able to talk to the judges after our presentations, after each day, and the judges were able to give us a lot of very helpful feedback for our presentation and for research for the future.
The presentation was memorable the most because it was my first time presenting in kind of a scientific contest, so it was very new for me.
Your curiosity can open doors to the world. Beyond those doors lie encounters with like-minded peers from across the globe and special learning experiences you can't find in everyday life. Take the first step that could change your future at Global Link.
The world is waiting.
勉強でもいいですし、何でもいいと思うんですけど、成功体験というのが僕にとって大きかったかなと思う。
基本を大切にすること、恐れずにチャレンジすること、そして常に上を目指すこと。
I want to be a flight attendant.
なりたい自分になるために、今、動き出そう。未来は言葉で変わる。Language changes the future. 未来へ羽ばたけ。ECC。
グローバルリンクはグローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念にシンガポールとオーストラリアでのコンテストイベント開催やオンラインでのプログラム提供を行っています。グローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会科学分野に関する探究・課題研究の発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ブースプレゼンテーションでは、すべてのチームがこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表します。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そしてブースプレゼンテーションで評価の高かったチームが翌日のステージプレゼンテーションに進み、全参加者と審査員を前に発表を行います。大舞台でのプレゼンテーションや審査員と英語での質疑応答など緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。リサーチサマリーセッションでは、参加チームが自身の発表サマリーを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで活発な議論が交わされます。
まもなく後半のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきますので、お席にお戻りください。それではチーム部門のプレゼンテーションを再開いたします。プレゼンターは渋谷教育学園渋谷高等学校 渋谷フェアアクションの長谷川琴子さん、伊藤祐樹さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Did you know that Japanese people annually spend only 1% of what people in Switzerland spend on fair trade products? It's hard to even see Japan's bar on the graph. Why is this difference so large? To understand this, let's first look at what fair trade is. Fair trade is a system that ensures producers in developing countries are paid a fair price for their work. Its purpose is not charity, but to reduce poverty and child labor by enabling economic independence. Through 5 years of selling fair trade products as a volunteer club of about 30 members, we have explored the issue more deeply. As I first mentioned, the gap between Japan and Europe is extremely large. So why is this the case? According to a survey, while more than half of Japanese people have heard of fair trade, only 5% truly understand it. We believe that this gap makes it difficult for people to justify the higher price, preventing fair trade from becoming a daily choice. It is also reflected in another data. While many non-buyers cited higher prices or the lack of awareness, buyers understood the value behind the price and contribution to developing countries. This suggests that purchasing decisions are based on whether people understand the value behind the price, that they're paying for invisible values such as fair working conditions and the prevention of child labor. Then based on this, we asked, how can we change fair trade consumptions from simple awareness to choosing with understanding? We hypothesized that experiential learning would change behaviors. And to test this, we took 2 initiatives.
So we developed a new card game for young children to play. Each card has products' image, price, and the value of social impact. The monetary unit of this game is vola, and everyone starts with having 7,000 vola. One game has 3 turns with 1 event per 1 unit. On each turn, everyone has to buy at least 1 different products, and in the end, everyone has to have more than 6 different kinds of products. The winner is the person who has the highest points, which is the addition of the social impact and the remaining balance. After the game ends, we explain what fair trade is. There are 10 kinds of events, and the events change the price or the social impact or both of them. The product that is selected to change depends on where it is made or what kind of product it is. And the player can only see the price that changed and not the social impact, which makes it a little bit more difficult because they have to buy it with limited information. When I was talking about area, I'm talking about this. We change the product by this map. So for example, if there's a flood, we change the price of the products that is made in area A and C, but not the others. Or for like the lack of food, we change the product's price of foods, but not like towels or clothes. Some of you might have thought, why card games? We have 2 main reasons. One, because it is very easy to understand regardless of the age. The people who mainly comes to a school festival is elementary school students and their parents. For elementary school students, we thought that just explaining is a little bit too difficult. So if we do a game, it is easier to understand and remember more deeply. And also, we thought that the existing products are not enough. Existing card games tell that fair trade is good or expensive, but they don't really tell that it is necessary. We don't want them to buy out of pity, We want them to fully understand and buy it consciously.
As our second initiative, we held off-campus sales in Shibuya for the first time. We explained the background of the products using posters and encouraged more people to buy. Actually, we held another sale there just a week ago, so the figures are even higher than shown. Combined with on-campus sales, our total revenue doubled, and all profits were donated to UNICEF. Customer feedback included comments like, "I could finally accept the price, and I could understand the meaning for the first time." This shows that experiential learning changed their behaviors and led to action. Therefore, we believe that our activities contributed both to awareness and financial support. Our project was made possible by teamwork. 4 core members divided roles such as game design, coordination, and sales. And by using a 30-minute shift system, we realized 22 hours of sales time.
In the future, we want to go to kindergarten or elementary school to do a little bit more of games or crafts to make them understand what fair trade is, not just in our school. And also, we hope to make a cycle of learning and action, and we aim to make a local environment where people buy fair trade products, not with sympathy, but with full understanding and full knowledge and really trying to help. One choice may be small, but if many people buy fair trade with full understanding and tell others what fair trade is, we think that we can change society. And we're going to start from Shibuya because we think that it is a very suitable place that is a center of consumption, information sharing, and communication. And as someone said, many people come to Shibuya. So we're going to make the first step from Shibuya. Thank you for listening.
渋谷フェアアクションの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。ご質問いかがでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Let me first ask you about when you were designing the game for your project, what were the factors you considered?
So thank you for the question. And when we were designing the card games, we were first trying to tell that it has a very big impact on society. So that's why we named the social impact values. And because if we put the prices too high, it would just tell them it will be the same with other existing card games. It will be like it's high, it's expensive, it's good, but blah, blah, blah. So we wanted to show that it's necessary. And that's why we kind of think hard about the events. So we put the events like floods or like harvest, or a good we learned at school or things like that, to make it a little bit more realistic, a little bit more easier for children to understand and to think that it's about their life, not like a thing that is outside the world and somewhere else. That's what we tried to do when we made the cards.
Great, thank you.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。熊平さん、お願いします。
Thank you for the presentation and the great action. I really like the idea of a card game. Besides the card games, do you have any plan to think about like a media strategy to expand the idea outside of Shibuya?
Outside Shibuya?
Yeah, media, like magazine or whatever, TikTok, I don't know. Anyway.
Thank you. So because we thought that if we couldn't show the value of the people in Shibuya, who is, because our school is in Shibuya, they are really familiar. And we thought that maybe through Instagram, we put it outside on media. But because like, if we start with a big world, it's kind of hard to show that it is really important for everyone and the importance. So right now, we are just thinking about Shibuya because we feel that it's still not enough in Shibuya. But maybe later, after we did some education to kindergarteners or elementary schools in Shibuya, we want to go outside Shibuya and maybe next around Tokyo and all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
お時間となりました。渋谷フェアアクションの皆さん、ありがとうございました。6チーム目は、渋谷教育学園渋谷高等学校、渋谷フェアアクションの皆さんでした。次のプレゼンテーションの準備をしております。少々お待ちください。それでは太田さん、改めてお話を伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。ここまでいかがですか？
はい、ありがとうございます。いろんなチームの発表をここまで聞かせていただいて、今年は結構自分が住んでいる町だったり土地からの発信だったりとか、そこからアイディアだったりとかテーマを持ってきているチームがすごく多いなというのところが印象的で、だからこそすごい自分ごとになっていたりとか、思いがすごい伝わるような内容が多いなということを感じながら聞いておりました。
確かにそうですよね。ありがとうございます。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校ツールドフードの中田美優さん、石塚理央奈さん、町田美久さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, we are Tour de Food. Today we'll be talking about changing mottainai food to arigato. Did you know that 1/3 of all food is thrown away and more than 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year?
That sounds like a huge problem, but I feel like Japan doesn't waste that much food, right?
Well, actually, in Japan alone, the amount of food wasted every year could fill 5 Tokyo domes. Also, more food is thrown away in Japan than is provided to people around the world through emergency assistance, and more than half of the waste comes from households. This shows the need for each individual to consciously reduce food waste in their daily lives. And that's where we step in. Tour de Food was founded in 2021, and we currently have 22 members from 9th to 11th grade.
So, what do we do?
I don't need this anymore.
もったいない!
This is just what I needed. ありがとう.
Our mission is to turn food that are considered もったいない, something that goes unappreciated, into arigato by giving it to people who find its true value. We started out by hosting food drives at our school. We collect leftover food from homes and donate them to people who need them.
However, at first, many people ignored us. We only collected food worth 78 meals. We realized that we first needed to people understand the importance of food drives. So we created an event team which hosts workshops to raise awareness about food loss. Over 50 people came to our workshops. More than half of them were motivated to make a change and have joined our team after that. Also, we held workshops at the school festival. People from all ages enjoyed, and we won the Best Learning Experience Award in Popularity vote. Then, our efforts bore fruits. The amount of donation was increased. And as a result, we collected 1,400 meals just in 11 food drives. We donated to these facilities and we were featured in STEAM newsletters.
And to understand our impact, we conducted a survey to 165 students in our school. And 75% of those that participated in our food drives said that they became more aware of food loss. Some said,
I studied here more about expiration dates.
This shows that our food drive is not only about collecting food, but is also changing the students' mind.
How about the people who've never done them before?
Actually, many of the people answered that they do not have leftover foods in the first place. However, more than half answered that they would like to participate if they do. And finally, we compared our data with the national data. In our school, 76.2% of the students answered that they never or almost never waste food, which is much larger than the national average. This suggests that our activities may be helping students build long-term habits to reduce food loss. And through our activity, we realized the importance of collaborating with people outside of our school. So we made a third team called the Regional Collaboration. And in this team, last year, we participated in Anime Project, a festival in Oizumi. We had 133 participants, and we had short play and also held a booth. And in the booth, we had children who came over to our booth to design a paper using vegetable stems as stamps to express how mottainai food can be used in a creative and meaningful ways. And before introducing the next activity, I want you guys to close your eyes and imagine what's in your refrigerator right now. You probably have foods and parts of vegetables that you're not really sure of how to use, and we have a solution for it. We're currently working on making recipes using mottainai foods that are often left over in households. First, the Neima Ward office kindly introduced us to the Spanish restaurant called Blaugrana in Oizumi. Then, we developed a recipe that is simple, delicious, and effective at reducing food loss, such as this Spanish-style pasta that is easily adapted by adding any leftover vegetables. And for the Tour de Foods Future Vision, in May this year, we are planning to participate in the anime project again. But this time, we're planning on selling the foods based on the recipe that we created with Blaugrana. And we'll also be hosting food drive there as well.
Next, we plan to collaborate with several schools in Tokyo. By 2027, we aim to extend this activity across Kanto region, working with one school per prefecture. Then, we expand across Japan.
In 2030, we plan to collaborate with schools abroad. We will provide toolkits including workshop materials and food drive guidelines to help students implement our approach. We aim to build a global network of schools working together to reduce food loss. Through Tour de Food, we aim to create change by turning small actions into lasting habits. By lowering the barrier to taking action, we enable more people to reduce food loss in their daily lives, and we aim to contribute to reducing food loss globally. Together, let's change mottainai to arigato. Thank you.
ツールドフードの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答へ移らせていただきます。ご質問のある審査員の方いらっしゃいますでしょうか。鹿野先生、お願いします。
So thank you very much for a very cheerful presentation. And I think the uniqueness of your presentation is that even though there would be regional food drive movements, you did it in your school. And was it difficult to do it in the school actually? And also, what's the merit of doing it as a within-school event?
Thank you for your question. So for the first question, posting food drives at school, it was difficult at first because usually food drives are hosted in like ward offices, and the people who, so for example, the parents can donate food directly, but as for schools, students usually have to ask their parents for leftover food, and students had to bring them over, so it was a two-step process. However, we also sent emails using school accounts to parents. So we had parents first understand the importance of food drive, and so the parents gave the food to students, and we gained more donations. And we also hosted food drives at sports festival where parents were allowed to come to school and watch us do sports festival. So I believe that that contributed to the increase in the number of donations. Sorry, can I ask the second question?
No, I think you almost covered both questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。熊原先生お願いします。
So it's so nice. You did not only introduce this new project, but also you have a plan to expand it to other parts of the country and also to take it to the world. What kind of mechanism have you been thinking of getting the other partners connected when it is going to expand to the other parts of the country and also outside?
Okay, thank you for the question. And for us, I think our school has a lot of international people as well. So we have like friends overseas, so we can like contact them and give them like toolkits and have them adopt in their own ways, but also posting food drive. And I feel like that could expand the culture of food drive like globally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
お時間となりました。ツールドフードの皆さん、ありがとうございました。7チーム目は、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校ツールドフードの皆さんでした。ではここでもお話を伺っていきたいのですが、アルカンタラ先生、ここまでいかがですか？
素晴らしいですね。やっぱりそのチームワークがすごく美しい。一人一人だけではなく、チームで、最初から最後まで自分たちのアイディアを皆さんに分かりやすく説明できるように頑張ったことがすごく、現れているんじゃないかなと思います。
そうですね。練習、たくさん練習したっていうのが伝わってきますよね。ありがとうございます。それでは今しばらくお待ちください。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは、福岡双葉高等学校ファイブスターズの伊藤利花子さん、門田ゆりのさん、アンダーソンウーナさんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi, fellows.
Don't you think that 18 years old is too late to learn democracy? Hello, we are
5 stars. I'm利花子,
Una, Yurino, and today we came all the way from Fukuoka to share our insights we gained throughout Inku.
First, take a look at this number. Do you think this is low or high? Just by seeing this number, it might be hard to tell. But this is actually Japan's voter turnout rate among youth. The voting age in Japan was lowered to 18 in 2016. Yet, this problem hasn't been solved. So we asked ourselves,
is there really enough to start caring about elections at the age of 18?
We focused on the low level of political interest among young people in Japan and started activities for civic education program for children in November 2024.
Our starting point was watching a news program that reported on how serious the decline in voter turnout in Japan has become. This graph shows the voter turnout in Japan's 2024 House of Representatives election. As you can see, the voter turnout among teenagers is less than half.
This made us realize something very important. Being told to suddenly care about politics as an adult is unrealistic. According to a study by MIT, children learn things more efficiently than adults. It shows that people who begin learning before the age of 10 develop deeper understanding and long-term critical thinking skills. However, this ability gradually decreases after that age, and by 17 or 18, it becomes much less harder to build a stronger foundation. Then, if that's the case, the core problem is not motivation, but when you start.
Our goal was not to directly raise voter turnout numbers. That will be impossible for us to measure. Instead, we focused on something more realistic, changing how children experience decision-making before they become voters. We wanted them to feel that those are natural parts of life, not something scary or distant. This is the origin idea of 5 stars.
Based on this structure, we designed the outreach classes using original mock elections, and so far, we have conducted 7 classes in Fukuoka, Nagasaki, Tokyo, and Okinawa. Actually, we had a program yesterday with a collaboration with Kyushu University.
In our classes, we guided elementary school students through the process step by step so they could experience how decision-making works in society. First, we introduced a familiar problem related to their daily school life so they could easily imagine the issue. Then, they worked in a small group to think about the solutions and form their own parties based on their ideas. After discussing, they created a simple campaign promises and prepared a short speech to explain their opinions to others. We encouraged them to listen to other perspectives, ask questions, and think carefully before making a choice. Finally, they voted using ballot-style papers, just like in real elections, and reflected on why they had made their decisions and how it felt to participate in the program.
By doing this project, it was not only the students who learned. Of course, it wasn't easy to teach about elections and politics in a simple way. We had to think carefully about how to make the topic fun and easy for elementary school students to understand. We also realized the importance of hearing from different perspectives and helping people discuss their opinions respectfully. Most importantly, we learned that experience is a powerful way to inspire interest in social problems.
To continue this program, we received a financial support from the Prometheus Foundation. This allowed us to prepare educational materials and improve the quality of our education. This was a very important lesson. Social problems cannot be solved by ourselves. It requires cooperation and help from many people.
During our programs, children were not passive listeners. They were required to think, choose, and take responsibility, the core elements of voting. After the workshops, 96% of the participants said voting felt closer to them. This supports our hypothesis that early experience-based civic education can change perception.
However, the process was not perfect. In one class, we tried encouraging participation using small rewards. Participation increased, but attention shifted away from the election to the rewards. This showed us that motivation must come from the experience itself, not from external incentives. The challenge for us is to increase children's motivation and design classes that raise their interest and encourage them to learn actively. Strategist, facilitator, coordinator. These three roles were necessary for our project.
I,利花子, was a strategist. I designed the structures and materials. How about you, Yurino?
I was the facilitator. I guided students' thinking throughout the discussion. And lastly, Una, you were the coordinator, right?
Yes, I supported children and managed a learning space.
Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and without all three, this project would not have worked. At the same time, we are aware of our limitations. We are only 3 students. Of course, we cannot spread this activity nationwide by ourselves. This is not only the problem that we face. Recently, Japan held another national election, and public interest in politics has temporarily increased. In some prefecture, youth voter turnout rate has begun to rise. This is encouraging, but we still do not know why this is happening. We also conducted surveys inside our own school. However, data from a small and limited community may not be fully reliable. This reveals one of our biggest challenges. We do not yet have a clear way to prove how much our activity truly impacts the society. Also, measuring long-term civic awareness is extremely difficult. Educational changes takes years, not months.
Therefore, our next goal is clear. We want to expand this project as a community-based model so that students and local groups can take on these 3 roles and continue, adapt, and improve this approach. To do that, we must increase awareness of our work and learn from experts. Our long-term vision is to establish an NPO that promotes early civic education for children across Japan.
This will not be easy, but by learning from many people and continuing step by step, we believe it is possible.
No, we will make it.
Through this inquiry, we learn one thing.
Politics is not easy, distant, or difficult.
People simply get involved too late.
If we change when people first meet the democratic voting process, we can change how they shape the future.
It's us that change our future.
Vote for the future, vote for yourself. Thank you for listening.
ファイブスターズの皆さんありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。住谷先生お願いします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your impressive presentation, especially your perspective and also the idea concept is great. So maybe I'd like to know more about what exactly did you do in the workshop, more concrete. What kind of topic did you cover with children and how you made them interested?
So our class was kind of like a easy mock election. So, but we made it original by making students be like be the candidate. For example, one school we made them so that they will make the they make the promise for their school principal, and we made like a school principal elections, and then made the students run for the elections and like that. And we made it so that it's not just only learning, so like sitting learning and then writing or reading. And we want to make it so that, yeah, students can be interested. So we did like an activity for, yeah, like the school principal election and things.
I see.
Yes,
That's very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
お時間となりました。ファイブスターズの皆さんありがとうございました。8チーム目は福岡双葉高等学校ファイブスターズの皆さんでした。 それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは N 高等学校パーカーズの羽間裕樹さん、小田太陽さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, I'm Tayo.
And I'm Yuki. We are from N High School and we would like to introduce you to the
Boomer Zoomer Translator. Mass suicide for the elderly is the only option. This is a quote from a famous Japanese commentator when he was asked about the rapidly aging society and its burdens. Though many people condemned this statement, there was a certain amount of understanding, mainly between the younger generation. In fact, 62% of 10s to 50s in Japan say they have a generation they dislike. You may have seen one of these. As one of the oldest populations on Earth, many media outlets put out these diagrams to show the bad effects of an aging society. We think these can be one of the reasons for the hatred for the elderly population. But we're not trying to say that these diagrams and the people putting them out are bad. It's just that in an aging society where these are inevitable, they're bound to accelerate the ageism. But this is just one side of the story, the side many of us teens are familiar with. So I asked all teens here, have you ever thought about the other side? Well, the reality is that many of them say they feel sorry for society and family. Also probably because of the rapidly aging society and its burdens. And the concept and the perception of being a nuisance leads to fewer relations with the younger generation, lower generativity, and lower psychological well-being. Thus, we set our theme on ageism, meaning unfair treatment of a person because of their age. We started this project when we heard a lot of ageist comments around us. And with my knowledge on discrimination and
my connections with the elderly,
we thought we could help in the mitigation of ageism. And ageism is not just a moral problem. It leads to loss of experience and knowledge, lower innovation, and loss for the economy, and so on. And as we mentioned before, we're a rapidly aging society. But it's not just us. In fact, most developed nations on Earth are projecting unprecedented ageism, meaning this conundrum is worldwide.
So, how exactly do we mitigate such a problem? Well, we broaden our perspective because ageism is a part of a wider theme, discrimination. After studying other forms of discrimination, we found out that the contact hypothesis was indispensable for mitigating ageism. Originally propounded by Golden Orport, it helps people to reduce us versus them mentalities. It works by interacting directly with the opposing group of people. However, for this to be done effectively, there are 3 requirements that are implemented carefully, which are the interaction or discussion must be conducted equally, participants having common goals, and in-the-group cooperation. So we used these 3 points, held an event with 5 elderly people and 5 high school students. In the event, we started out by playing a card game that required cooperation and sharing our values. That helped everyone to sharing their personal stories and building their understanding for each other. After the warm-up, we let them think and choose the discussion topic by themselves. This helped everyone to agree on a topic that everyone was interested in and led to a productive discussion. And in the discussion, we made them write their opinions or thoughts on post-it notes before discussing verbally. This resulted in roughly 64 talking rate, with 6 being the elderly, which we think is a great feat because in many of these intergenerational events, the elderly with a large amount of wisdom and knowledge tend to talk most of the time and reduce satisfaction for younger participants. So, what we saw in the event was that both ages did provide relevant viewpoints. These were viewpoints that the other age didn't have, such as the elderly with what it was like back in the day and younger generation with latest technology. They were able to come up with a satisfactory conclusion that they couldn't come up with just by themselves. And the event overall went better than we anticipated. Indeed, one of our high school participants said that the event changed my perception of old people. We are truly happy with the result. No complicated technology, no special equipment, just a simple but carefully done event led to amazingly positive outcomes. But we do have 2 improvements for the future, which are the expansion to reach more people and discussing equally. So the talking rate will be 1-to-1.
A new age without ageism. What if we could change the accelerating trajectory of ageism that is happening right now? How about a world with no ageism? This project is just the beginning of our massive change.
How we treat people of many ages today is how we'll be treated tomorrow.
We are Parkers. Thank you.
パーカーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。アルカンタラ先生、お願いします。
Parkers, that was a wonderful coordination. So in your project, you facilitated intergenerational exchange. Could you explain why do you think it was successful, the exchange between senior people and young people?
Thank you for the question. We believe that a big part of the succeeding of the event is the post-it note part, where because of that, the 2 groups were able to speak equally. I've seen many events where it is very intergenerational, but instead of talking and discussing, it's just the elderly. Well, while it is very interesting, they have a lot of experience, they keep talking and talking, but the younger generation really want to contribute to the conversation as well. So we really thought hard about how do we not let that happen and how do we have a fruitful discussion with the 2 generations. Thank you.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。熊平さん、いかがでしょうか。ご質問ございますか。
Thank you very much for the presentation. What is your next step? Do you have any ideas? You want to go further on this project?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have a lot of options that we're considering, mainly to expand so we can reach more people. The good thing about this model is that it doesn't require special equipment or technology, and it can even be done online if we just implement this model. So I think we have a lot of options in terms of how we can expand and to really mitigate the ageism. Thank you.
お時間となりました。パーカーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。9チーム目は N 高等学校パーカーズの皆さんでした。で では最後のチームの前にお話を伺っていきたいんですが、熊原先生、これまでいかがですか？
すごいですね、みんなが。特に一人でその発表することと比べると、こういうふうにグループで発表するのは、本当は楽なようで大変なんですね。特に質問が出てきたら、じゃあ誰が答えたらいいのかとか、そのあたりも非常に上手にやっているのを見て、やっぱり、こちらに来る前に、だいぶいろいろ勉強されたのではないかなと思って感心しました。
本当にコミュニケーション取りながらっていうことですね。
そう、あともう一つやっぱり社会課題をよく見ているなというところ、これもやっぱり日本社会にとっても非常に明るい情報かなとかっていうふうに感じましたね。
ありがとうございます。それでは、いよいよチーム部門最後のプレゼンターとなります。プレゼンターは、慶應義塾湘南藤沢高等部カートギバーズの高倉七海さん、中谷梨沙さん、長尾祐樹さん、粕谷優さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, we are Card Givers. We will introduce our new donation system. Donation, a familiar word but an unfamiliar action, especially in Japan. Here in Japan today, donation remains largely individual, as shown on the screen. Overseas, however, donation is no longer an isolated act, but a shared routine embedded in our daily lives. Go to the supermarket and you will find a community food fridge. Go to school and you will find a non-uniform school charity day. These are all common ways to help the unfortunate and raise money. So, how can we make giving a shared habit in everyday Japan? We card givers propose a new concept where a supermarket can become a new platform for donation.
Our business plan revolves around this little heart-shaped coin, which we call Giftbun. Giftbun is a 3D printed created by us, which customers will receive after purchasing their goods at the checkout counter. The name Giftbun is a blend of gift and fun, which is a Japanese onomatopoeia for popping something in. Customers do not need to pay extra money for this, and instead, giftbuns are given from the cashier according to the price of their purchase. After receiving giftbuns, customers will put them in one of the 3 boxes placed near the exit. We will provide 3 organizations from different fields. We will refer to the list made by volunteer and vendor association to show charity by category and SDGs goals to address. There are some possible concerns. First, some customers may accidentally take giftbuns home. To prevent this, we will put collection boxes not only near the exit, but also near the convenient location, such as parking area and along the way out of the store. In addition, we will reduce the cost per coin by making shape thin and using recycled materials. Another possible concern is that some customer may be in a hurry or may not want to participate. To solve this problem, we will put a skip box near the cashier so customers can quickly return to their shopping right away.
Typically, donation boxes at convenience stores and supermarkets feature a single organization. However, when only one charity is offered, customers are forced to choose between donating to that specific organization or not donating at all. This makes customers unable to freely select their preferred recipient and discourage them from active participation in donating activities.
Offering more than one charity would lower the barrier to donating for customers and encourage them to learn about and compare each charity before making a donation. To support our aim, we will put short explanations on top of each boxes. This way, our system enables customers to solidify their understanding of each charity and to decide for themselves which charity to donate to. At the end of each month, companies weigh each box and calculate how many gift funds were donated for each organization. A portion of company's profit will be donated according to the proportion of gift funds each charity received. Why profit? Well, it is said that operating profit margin for a Japanese supermarket chain is approximately 1 to 3%. If companies were to donate a portion of their revenue, it would place an excessive burden on them. Therefore, we propose companies to donate a portion of their profit. This donation enables customers to put gift funds inside the boxes as gift to those in need, making donation more accessible and embedded into our daily lives.
In order to measure the feasibility of our proposal, we conducted a pilot experiment at a supermarket called Shiten Shokuhin F&F. When the customers entered the store, we gave them a small card that explains our activity so that they can read through them while they are shopping. After the customers finish shopping, we set a space at the storefront, and after the customers finish shopping, they could stop by and participate in our pilot experiment. We prepared 3 donation options: World Worldwide Fund, Hunger-Free World, and Japanese Doctors Without Borders, with transparent boxes and short explanations. Many customers read the explanations carefully, which matched our goal of letting people decide for themselves. Also, the voting results varied, which clearly shows that people do have different thoughts on donation. After a few days of the pilot experiment, we revisited Shiten Shokuhin F&F, and we consulted with the sales manager there. We reflected on our experiment, and we concluded that the system itself works very well. However, we also found some concerns. In our pilot experiment, the process had 2 steps. First, the customers receive the receipt at the register, and then come to the storefront and show us the receipts to receive the gift funds. This 2-step process was a burden for customers, and some customers were in a hurry, so they could not show us the receipts. And as a result, we had to give them a random number of coins. To prevent this from happening in the future, we thought the system works better with the support of the supermarket. If the gift funds were distributed at the register, this whole system would work much more smoothly. Therefore, in the future, we hope the supermarkets to take a lead in this donation activity.
As card givers, we want to make the act of donating just a simple part of our daily lives. Giving back to our community doesn't have to be held for special occasions. We should do it daily without the need for praise or recognition. Imagine having the opportunity to help others with every purchase that you make. We want to make this a reality and show the world that even small actions can spark big changes. So, let's create a community where everyone can play a role in making the world a better place. Thank you for listening.
カートギバーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質疑応答に移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、ご質問いかがでしょうか。住谷先生、お願いします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Your idea is great, I think. And my question is, why did you choose supermarket for the place to donate? There could be many other places, so I'm asking that's why.
In Japan, at schools, not many teachers focus on donation as much as overseas. So there needs to be a place where everyone can have an access to donating. And one possible place is a supermarket. Even babies come to supermarket every day, and it is very important to have the opportunity to think about others and learning about different organizations from a very young age. And we thought the most accessible place was a supermarket.
I see. Thank you.
他にご質問いかがでしょうか。 これカンタラ先生お願いします。
Card givers. So, how would you encourage more people to join your campaign? Since I think you would like to target more supermarkets to be involved in this project, I just wonder what's your plan to increase the number of supporters for your project?
We came up with a lot of strategies for promoting this campaign, process. One strong force of doing this is to make posters and put them in the vicinity of the registers so that people who are lining up for the register can read through them while they are waiting, so that they can smoothly take part in this activity. And also it is effective to use the supermarket's official SNS account to promote as well, because nowadays a lot of supermarkets have official accounts on Instagram, TikTok, and Line. So taking advantage of those SNS is also effective as well. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
お時間となりました。カートギバーズの皆さん、ありがとうございました。最後10チーム目は、慶應義塾湘南藤沢高等部カートギバーズの皆さんでした。以上でチーム部門10校の発表が終了いたしました。チーム部門の皆様、お疲れ様でした。それでは審査員の皆様から総評を伺います。まずは太田さん、いかがでしたか？
はい、改めて皆さん大変お疲れ様でした。素敵なプレゼンテーションを聞かせていただいて、すごい楽しかったです。これまでのコメントでも少し言ってしまった部分でもあるんですけれども、皆さんすごい自分ごととしてテーマを捉えて、そこに対するアクションというものをすごい真剣に熱意を持って取り組まれているというところがすごい素敵だなというふうに思いました。あとは発表の仕方も、やはり前半の午前中の個人発表と比べてですね、チーム発表ならではの工夫であったりとか、助け合いみたいなところを見られたのが、チーム発表の素敵なところだなというふうに思っておりました。で、最初に、数字だったりとかもたくさん出てきたかなと思うんですけれども、最後にその数字への回収みたいなところもさらにあると、よりいい発表にどんどんなっていくんじゃないかなというところを思いながら聞いておりました。改めて皆さんお疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございます。熊平さん、いかがでしたか？
はい、ありがとうございます。本当に素敵なプレゼンテーションで、やはりチームといいますと、一人一人の個性が非常に輝いていて、そして協力しながら、それぞれがお互いのことを理解しながら作ってらっしゃるなっていう雰囲気がすごく伝わってきて、そこも見どころだったなというふうに思っています。やはり大きな変化は一人では作れなくて、たくさんの人たちを巻き込んでということになると思うんですけれども、このメンバーの中でももちろんその協力がありましたけれども、ここには登場していない周りの方たちもすでに巻き込まれているっていうところもですね、すごく素敵だなというふうに思いましたので、引き続き多くの人たちと一緒にいい変化を作っていただきたいなと思いました。以上です。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。熊原先生、いかがでしたか？
学生の時代からですね、やっぱり自発的にいろんなことを考え始めて、こういう多くの方々の前に出てきて発表するというのはもう、昔と比べると、昔というのは先ほども私申し上げましたが、40年ぐらい前にですね、日本に来てみたら、こんな雰囲気はなかったわけですよね。なので、日本の高等教育を含めて、その教育現場の大きな変化と、もう学生たちがそれについてきていると。やっぱり他の外国ではよくこういうふうに自発的に自分たちが前に出て行って話をするっていうのはあるけれど、日本の学生はそれは少なかったんですね。今はもう外国での負けないというか、もう外国よりもだいぶ進歩してるかなとかっていうようなことが改めて感じて大変嬉しかったところです。英語もですね、昔は英語はもうほんのわずかな人たちのツールみたいなもので、あるいは付加価値を高めるものであった時代もあったと思うんですが、今はもう見るともう自分たちのものになってるわけですよね。それは素晴らしいです。 もうぜひ、もっともっと、この力を伸ばして、いってほしいなと思います。ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。加納先生、ご覧になっていかがでしたか？
はい、英語力という点では本当に甲乙つけがたく、もう皆さん素晴らしい。だからこそなおさら内容、構成、またどれだけ深く考え、お互い切磋琢磨したかというようなことが実際に審査のところでは問われてくるんだなということを本当に感嘆しながら、感動しながら皆さんの見ていました。英語らしいリズムやテンポで非常に流れるように話す。ただその時にふっと間が入ることで皆さん、特に生徒の皆さん、聞き手としてそこでスンと染み込んでいく瞬間がありますよね。その間を作るというその切り替えにグループであること、役割の転換、ジェスチャーなどすごく効果的に取り入れているグループがたくさんあったことが印象的でした。よく工夫されていたと思います。
ありがとうございます。
はい、皆さん大変素晴らしいプレゼンテーションありがとうございました。さっきも言いましたがね、チームワークで掛け合いが本当に工夫されていて楽しかったっていうのが一つですね。それからもう一つ素晴らしいなと思ったのは、いろいろね、社会課題解決の活動されている、それがすごく地に足がついているっていうか、本当に実体的に人と関わり、本当に何か起こってる感じ、それで進んでる感じがすごく伝わってきました。よく大人とか企業とか自治体とかも、それなりに社会課題解決取り組んでるんですけど、言ってることは偉そうなことですけど、実際何も起こってなかったりすることが多いんだけど、皆さんの活動を見てると、本当に着実に、スモールスケールから始まってるけども、でも、ちゃんとその輪が広がっていく感じがね、伝わってきて、はい、大変素晴らしいな。この延長に本当に課題解決あるんだなってことを感じました。本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
そうですね、本当に素晴らしかったですね。なんて言いますかね、チームの中での一人一人の責任感もすごく強く伝われました。やっぱりチームがいいプレゼンテーションをするためには、各一人一人の、責任、それを果たすということが、果たしたいという気持ちがすごく伝わりましたね。その問題解決の考え方も、その解決方法とかも、きちんとそれができているということがすごく素晴らしいと思いました。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。それではこれより審査員の皆様による審査を行います。16時26分頃より結果を発表いたします。皆さんドキドキすると思うんですが、ゆっくりとお過ごしください。ありがとうございました。皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。審査結果が出ましたので、これより第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズ入賞者発表に移らせていただきます。今回は全国の中学校、高等学校の中から選ばれました個人部門10校、チーム部門10校の中から金賞1組、銀賞1組、銅賞1組の3部門と株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞、株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞が各1組ずつ選ばれます。皆さん心の準備はよろしいでしょうか。それではいよいよ発表に移りたいと思います。まずは銅賞の発表です。銅賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から一組が選ばれます。そして受賞者には30万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。チーム部門の方にはお一人ずつ30万円が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銅賞受賞校は個人部門渋谷教育学園幕張高等学校靴水理音さん、チーム部門 N 高等学校パーカーズの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。ステージまでお上がりください。 奥の階段からステージにお上がりください。それでは、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を授与いたします。
表彰状、個人部門銅賞、渋谷教育学園幕張高等学校、靴水リオン殿。あなたは第8回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい未来、栄養と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡、おめでとうございます。どうぞ。表彰状、チーム部門銅賞N 高等学校パーカーズ。あなた方は第8回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなた方が世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーになることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それでは受賞者の皆さんへインタビューをしたいと思います。まずは個人部門の靴水リオンさん、受賞おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちいかがですか？
はいありがとうございます。すごく準備するのが大変だったのと、昨日も台本を覚えようとしてすごい朝の5時まですごい頑張ったので、ちょっとクマが目立ったかもしれないんですけど、本当にいろんな方のプレゼンとみんなが行っている社会活動などについて聞けて、本当にすごいいい勉強になりました。ありがとうございます。
清水さんおめでとうございました。では続いてチーム部門のパーカーズの皆さんにお話を伺っていきます。今のお気持ちいかがですか？
はい、まずは、同賞に選んでいただき本当にありがとうございます。賞をいただいたこと自体も嬉しいんですけど、賞をいただいたことっていうのは皆さんに僕たちの、年代間の格差っていう問題を認識してもらえたことを示すものだと思うので、その点についても非常に嬉しく感じております。この度はありがとうございました。
皆さんおめでとうございました。銅賞を受賞された個人部門の靴水リオンさん、そしてチーム部門のパーカーズの皆さんにもう一度温かい拍手をお願いいたします。それでは席にお戻りください。それでは次は銀賞の発表です。銀賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から一組が選ばれます。 そして受賞者には40万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。チーム部門の方にはお一人ずつ40万円が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銀賞受賞校は個人部門大妻中学高等学校青沼結乃さん、チーム部門東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校ツールドフードの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。それではステージにお上がりください。それでは一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を授与いたします。
表彰状、個人部門金賞、大妻中学高等学校青沼結乃殿。あなたは第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。おめでとうございます。表彰状、チーム部門銀賞、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校ツールドフード殿。あなた方は第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなた方が世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。おめでとうございます。
皆さんおめでとうございます。それでは受賞者の方々へインタビューをしたいと思います。まずは個人部門の青沼結乃さん、受賞おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちいかがでしょうか？
めっちゃ嬉しいです。まさかなんか銀賞取れると思ってなくて、なんかあんだけ緊張するのは悪くないとか言ってたのに、なんか今めっちゃ怖くて、申し訳ないです。でも今後この賞をいただいたことで自信につながったので、今後も頑張っていこうと思います。ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。では続いてチーム部門のツールドフードの皆さん、受賞おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちいかがですか？
ありがとうございます。まずは本当にこのような素晴らしい賞をいただくことができて本当にありがたく思います。ありがとうございます。私たちは本当に、その他の19人のメンバーと、あとは顧問の先生と学校外の方々、多くの方々に支えて、そしてこれを気づいてくださった先輩方にも本当に感謝の気持ちを伝えたいと思います。これからも頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
皆さんおめでとうございました。銀賞を受賞された個人部門の青沼結乃さん、そしてチーム部門のツールドフードの皆さんにもう一度温かい拍手をお願いいたします。ありがとうございます。それではお席にお戻りください。 続きまして、スポンサー賞の発表に移りたいと思います。株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様より、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞のご紹介をいただき、その後、受賞者を発表していただきます。株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長、高橋様、お願いいたします。
皆さん、こんにちは。ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の高橋と申します。皆さん、出口のブースにですね、我々が作っているこちらのですね、学習用の英字新聞なんですけれども、皆さん取っていただけましたかね。まだの方いらっしゃいましたらね、そちらの出口のブースでお配りしておりますので、取っていただければと思います。それから今回ジャパンタイムズだけではなくてですね、その姉妹誌の最近ジュニア版のですね、ジャパンタイムズアルファ J というのも立ち上げましたので、こちらだいぶ英語も優しくなってますので、もしよろしかったらね、こちらの方、取っていただければと思います。さて、それでは、発表の方に参りましょうか。はい。
では、高橋さん、そのまま発表をお願いいたします。
私から発表。それでは、発表いたします。ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞したのは、桐蔭学園高等学校、池田康介さんです。おめでとうございます。池田さん。はい。表彰状、ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞、桐蔭学園高等学校、池田康介殿。あなたは第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。よってここに、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファウェブサイト、1年間無料使い放題を受賞者、およびその在高校の全生徒に送りたいと思います。ありがとうございます。2026年3月22日、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長、高橋俊之、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それでは池田康介さん、お話を伺っていきたいと思います。受賞されたお気持ち、いかがでしょうか。
取れるって思ってなかったので、もう素直に嬉しいですし、1年、素直にやってきたことが、今日出せたので、そこは本当に嬉しいですし、選んでいただけて本当にありがたいです。本当に貴重な機会をありがとうございました。
おめでとうございます。高橋さん、いかがでしたか。
そうですね、池田さんの発表はですね、特にご本人もね、発表の中のスライドで、新聞で取り上げられたんですよね。ご自身の探究活動が。そうですよね。なんとなく私はメディアの世界にいるのでわかるんですけど、池田さんの発表ってメディアで取り上げると、おそらく私もやってみたいみたいな感じでですね、すごく求心力のある、活動だと思うんですよね。そういった意味ではすごく、将来の可能性を感じさせる探究でしたのでね、選ばせていただきました。
高橋さん、ありがとうございました。それでは、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞された池田康介さんにもう一度温かい拍手をお願いします。ありがとうございます。続きまして、もう一つのスポンサー賞を株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞のご紹介をいただきます。そしてその後、受賞者を発表していただきます。株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク日本事務局、太田様、よろしくお願いいたします。
皆様、改めま
まして、こんにちは。株式会社 JTB でグローバルリンク事務局を担当している太田と申します。はい。私からはグローバルリンク賞の発表ということなんですが、少しグローバルリンクについても少しご紹介をさせていただければなと思います。グローバルリンクご存知の方、どのぐらいいらっしゃいますでしょうか？ちらほら。ありがとうございます。グローバルリンクですね、今、後ろのスライドにも記載をしておりますが、中高生向けにシンガポールとオーストラリアで開かれている探究と課題研究の世界大会というふうになっております。ここでシンガポールの方のですね、詳細を少し動画でご紹介したいと思います。
グローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会科学分野に関する探究・課題研究の発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ブースプレゼンテーションでは、すべてのチームがこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表します。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そして、ブースプレゼンテーションで評価の高かったチームが翌日のステージプレゼンテーションに進み、全参加者と審査員を前に発表を行います。大舞台でのプレゼンテーションや審査員と英語での質疑応答など、緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。リサーチサマリーセッションでは、参加チームが自身の発表サマリーを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで活発な議論が交わされます。そして表彰式では各分野1位から3位が発表され、審査員から表彰状や盾が贈られます。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの機会があります。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや有識者からの特別講演、コンテスト会場となる南洋工科大学のキャンパスツアー、現地大学生によるアクティビティ、現地大学教授による講演や研究施設の見学など、多くの学びの場が用意されています。
はい、少し状況をイメージしていただけたでしょうか。各国からの参加者がですね、発表だけではなく交流の機会もあるというのがこの大会の特徴になっております。今ご覧いただいているのは、この会場の外のブースでも配っているチラシの内容になります。よければ皆さん帰りにぜひ手を取っていただければなと思いますが、今年26年に関しましては、7月31日に日本を出発して、中3日間、そして最後が8月の4日ですね、に日本に帰国するような日程で、プログラムがございますので、ぜひ皆さん、今回の学習支援金も、このプログラムに使えるということですので、いらしていただけたらなと思いますが、このコンテストからですね、グローバルリンク賞ということで、本日は1チームがですね、こちらのグローバルリンクシンガポールにご招待ということになります。はい。
では発表の方、よろしくお願いします。
はい。それでは発表いたします。グローバルリンク賞を受賞されたチームは、昭栄女子学院中学校グリーンファッションの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。ステージにお上がりください。
表彰状グローバルリンク賞、昭栄女子学院中学校グリーンファッションの皆様。あなた方は第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。よってここにグローバルリンク賞を贈り表彰いたします。グローバルリンクシンガポールでのさらなるご活躍、期待しております。2026年3月22日、株式会社 JTB グローバルリンク日本事務局、大田花菜。
おめでとうございます。それでは受賞されましたグリーンファッションの皆様へお話を伺いたいと思います。受賞されたお気持ちいかがですか？
このような大会にチャレンジするのは初めてだったので、このような素敵な賞をいただけて素直に嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。以上です。
大丈夫ですか？ありがとうございます。太田様いかがでしたでしょうか？
はい、ありがとうございます。グリーンファッションの皆様、初めてとは思えない堂々とした発表だったなと思っております。江戸とか過去から学んで、それを今に、現代に生かしていくような取り組み、世界でぜひ発表してほしいなと思っております。今後のご活躍も期待しております。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございました。グローバルリンク賞を受賞されたのはグリーンファッションの皆さんでした。それではお席にお戻りください。それではいよいよ金賞の発表です。金賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から一組が選ばれます。そして受賞者には60万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。チーム部門の方にはお一人ずつ60万円が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。金賞受賞校は個人部門、愛知高等学校、久米内海斗さん。チーム部門、福岡双葉高等学校、ファイブスターズの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。どうぞステージへお上がりください。すごく驚いている様子ですが、はい。ゆっくりで大丈夫ですのでお上がりください。それでは、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を授与いたします。
表彰状、個人部門金賞、愛知高等学校、久米内海斗殿。あなたは第8回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会、代表理事、斉藤聡。おめでとうございます。表彰状、チーム部門金賞、福岡双葉高等学校ファイブスターズ殿。あなた方は第8回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなた方が世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2026年3月22日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会 代表理事、斉藤聡。ありがとうございます。
それでは金賞を受賞されました方々へインタビューをしたいと思います。まずは個人部門の久米内海斗さん、受賞おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちいかがですか？
この度はこのような素晴らしい賞をありがとうございます。今まで支えてくれた皆さんに感謝を忘れず、この素晴らしい賞を寮にこれから自分ができるアクションをしていきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。続いてチーム部門で金賞を受賞されましたファイブスターズの皆さん、今のお気持ちを教えてください。
まずは本当にこの金賞という素晴らしい賞を受賞できたことをありがたく思います。ありがとうございました。私たちその短い準備期間の中、3人で頑張ってここまで来れたのもすごく嬉しいことだと思います。でもこの金賞を受賞したことがゴールではなく、これからもその選挙についての活動を広めていきたいと思っているので、ぜひ皆さんこれからも応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
皆さんおめでとうございました。金賞を受賞された個人部門の久米内海斗さん、そしてチーム部門のファイブスターズの皆さんに大きな拍手をお願いいたします。それではお席にお戻りください。ありがとうございました。見事金賞を受賞したのは個人部門の久米内海斗さん、チーム部門はファイブスターズの皆さんでした。そして今回は残念ながら受賞されなかった方々も素晴らしいプレゼンテーションを披露してくださいました。皆さん温かい拍手をお願いいたします。それでは閉会に際して審査委員長を務められました立命館アジア太平洋大学学長特命補佐アルカンタラ・ライラーニ・ライネサ先生より今年の第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズの公表をお願いしたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
Good. Hello, everyone. Yes. First, I want to say what a wonderful set of ideas we heard today. To stand here, yes. To stand here, to share the ideas you created, right? To present your ideas, to answer questions in front of everyone in this huge stage. That's a huge achievement. So congratulations to all of you. 皆さんおめでとうございます。So instead of telling you what I think, let me ask you a few simple questions. And you can simply quietly answer yes or no, quietly to yourself, or shout yes or no to each question. Well, actually, I would prefer to hear your voice. So, and I think it would help also everyone relax after this competition. So why don't we try it together, okay? So why don't you say yes? Yes? Yes. Okay. Louder, please. Yes. Say yes. Okay. All right. So now I'll start my question. And again, please do answer each question I'm going to ask you. So first, did you have an idea that mattered to you? Did you get out of your comfort zone, even just a little? Did you face any challenges? Keep going anyway. Did you work on a problem that affects others, not just yourself? And then one more. Did you now realize that your ideas can create change? Yes. Now, if you answer one of these questions, but I do think you answered actually all of them, that please do remember that you have already achieved something very important today, right? Because what we witness is not just a competition. It's a moment where your ideas turned into action, where your curiosity become courage, right? Where each of you starts to realize what you are capable of. The winners were announced today, but what I would like you to remember is that the true impact of this event is who you are becoming through this experience. So please continue to ask questions, continue to create ideas, continue to work together with others, no matter how difficult it is, and continue to care for the world around you. So if this event is any indication, I do believe, I am hopeful, and I do believe that our future is in very good hands. Don't you think? Right? Our future is in very good hands. Despite of all the challenges we are all facing today, you've shown us hope, courage. So I truly appreciate your curiosity, courage, and inspiration. Please don't let anyone tell you what you can dream or what you cannot dream, what you can do or what you cannot do. You have so much potential. And again, today we have learned so much from you. So I do hope that I will see you again someday soon, perhaps at APU. And lastly, I would like to thank my fellow judges. It wasn't really difficult to evaluate each presentation and choose the winners because everyone did an amazing job. So thank you very much for my fellow judges. And I would also like to thank the organizers and the supporters of this event. This event is meaningful, and we do hope that we will continue and more students will continue to participate in this kind of event so that more people will be inspired by you. Thank you again.
アルカンタラ先生、ありがとうございました。以上をもちまして、第8回チェンジメーカーアワーズを終了とさせていただきます。参加校の皆さん、ありがとうございました。そして会場に足を運んでくださった皆さんもありがとうございました。来年もお会いできることを楽しみにしております。ごきげんよう。さようなら。